Procurement regime in Lagos strives to be SMEs friendly by improving access to government procurement, supporting competition, and reducing administrative bottlenecks on SMEs engaged in delivering goods and services to Lagos State government.
Having a lean procurement team only becomes viable if end-to-end procurement processes are also lean. This means eliminating waste, reducing bureaucracy, and creating efficiencies at every step of the process.
The adoption of an industry standard e-procurement solution for Lagos State has already started to add value and efficiency to the state procurement practices and thereby ensuring accountability, public confidence, value for money, professionalism, and cost savings, as this has manifested in the records of most of the NDAs that already existed on this platform.
A simple contingency plan helps organizations act faster and act smarter. Having a plan in place is a key part of risk management. It acknowledges the reality that positive market conditions cannot continue indefinitely.
When there is economic uncertainty, the easiest decision is to delay large expenses. However, to do this strategically and effectively, you need clear visibility on priorities based on core objectives, including spend trends and contract management protocol.
It is important to identify contracts which are renewable so that an organization might have leverage to renegotiate on more favorable terms. Successful contract renegotiation requires rapid access to contract terms, contract renewal dates, spend analytics, and solid relationships.
I invite you to your 2022 Procurement Summit. See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
In Lagos State in acquiring the basic quality education.
When we resumed, we couldn't find a very suitable place to sit down. There was no window, there was no door. The place looked so unkept.
The school was in a very bad shape. In fact, the lives of the students and the staff were threatened because of the infrastructural decay. Some of the, like this singular building, is already separated.
When it is raining, water will be coming from both sides of the building because of even from the top of the building too. And this did not help teaching and learning in any form.
There were no fans. There were literally no chairs except the chairs the pupils were sitting on.
Teaching and learning was not taking place fully because the infrastructures were in sorry state.
The first time I came to the school during the COVID-19, I saw our class beautiful, innovating, more conducive. I said that, who is the person responsible for this? Who is the person that did this? Who is the person who created this conducive environment?
Our governor, Mr. Babajide Orishola Sanwo-Olu, based his promises for the state on what he calls the themes agenda. The first E in the themes agenda is education and technology.
This administration did an assessment of all schools through our agency, LASIAMNA. We conducted assessments of all secondary and primary schools.
We found out before the actual renovation works, we do some preliminary condition assessments on our schools within the state, and we found the learning environment where the students were not appalling at all.
In phase 1, we have about 20 schools that were renovated, and we started since January. And in phase 2, we have 23, and phase 3, we have 11.
We are also hoping to have an impact in the community, also hoping to sustain government investment in infrastructure assets to make sure that 4 years from now, these assets are still standing and they're in good condition. So we don't continuously spend money on the same asset. We're actually saving money and creating new infrastructure assets.
When we came back from our holiday, we came back to such a very wonderful building. When I came, I was telling my friends that this is what we really needed.
Just saw the letter from the LASEMA coming that they want to do the renovation. So that's how they started.
Now we sit 2 on a seat instead of 4. And then it's only 90 some places is effective one.
So these children, they were happy. We see them happy to come to the school.
It's not only LASEMA working on rehabilitation works in the state. This is how important these schools are. We actually have a team, and we call ourselves education is there, Ministry of Education is there, SUBEB is there, and we are there. So it's a joint effort.
I want to say thank you to Lagos State, thank you to LASEMA, and thank you to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you, LASEMA.
Thank you to the governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
God bless Lagos.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu once said, "No child will be left behind in Lagos State in acquiring the basic quality education."
When we resumed, we couldn't find a very suitable place to sit down. There was no window, there was no door. The place looked so unkept.
The school was in a very bad shape. In fact, the lives of the students and the staff were threatened because of the infrastructural decay. Some of the, like this singular building, is already separated.
When it is raining, water will be coming from both sides of the building because of even from the top of the building too. And this did not help teaching and learning in any form.
There were no fans. There were literally no chairs except the chairs the repeaters were sitting on.
Teaching and learning was not taking place fully because the infrastructures were in sorry state.
The first time I came to this school during the COVID-19, I saw our class beautiful, innovating, more conducive. I said that, who is the person responsible for this? Who is the person that did this? Who is the person who created this conducive environment?
Our governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, based his promises for the state on what he calls the things agenda. The first E in the things agenda is education and technology.
This administration did an assessment of all schools through our agency, LASIAMA. We conducted assessments of all secondary and primary schools.
We found out before the actual renovation works, we do some preliminary condition assessments on our schools within the state, and we found the learning environment where the students were not appalling at all.
In phase one, we have about 20 schools that were renovated, and we started since January. And in phase two, we have 23, and phase three, we have 11.
We are also hoping to have an impact in the community, also hoping to sustain government investment in infrastructure assets to make sure that 4 years from now, these assets are still standing and they're in good condition. So we don't continuously spend money on the same asset. We're actually saving money and creating new infrastructure assets.
When we came back from our holiday, we came back to such a very wonderful building. When I came, I was telling my friends that this is what we really needed.
Just saw the letter from the LASIAMA coming that they want to do the renovation. So that's how they started.
Now we sit on a seat instead of 4. And then the learning and teaching process is effective one.
See that they were happy. You see them happy to come to the school.
It's not only LASIAMA that's working on rehabilitation works in the state. This is how important these schools are to the state government. We actually have a team, and we call ourselves Education Transformation Team. Scripps is there, Ministry of Education is there, Subeb is there, and we are there. So it's a joint effort.
I want to say thank you to Lagos State, thank you to LASIAMA, and thank you to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you, LASIAMA. Thank you to the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
God bless Lagos.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu once said, "No child will be left behind in Lagos State in acquiring the basic quality education."
When we resumed, we couldn't find a very suitable place to sit down. There was no window, there was no door. The place looked so unkept.
The school was in a very bad shape. In fact, the lives of the students and the staff were threatened because of the infrastructural decay. Some of the, like this singular building, is already separated.
When it is raining, water will be coming from both sides of the building because of even from the top of the building too. And this did not help teaching and learning in any form.
There were no fans. There were literally no chairs except the chairs the repeaters were sitting on.
Teaching and learning was not taking place fully because the infrastructures were in sorry state.
The first time I came to this school during the COVID-19, I saw our class beautiful, innovating, more conducive. I said that, who is the person responsible for this? Who is the person that did this? Who is the person who created this conducive environment?
Our governor, Mr. Babajide Orishola Sanwo-Olu, based his promises for the state on what he calls the themes agenda. The first E in the themes agenda is education and technology.
This administration did an assessment of all schools through our agency, LASIAMA. We conducted assessments of all secondary and primary schools.
We found out before the actual renovation works, we do some preliminary condition assessments on our schools within the state. And we found the learning environment where the students were not appalling at all.
In phase 1, we have about 20 schools that we renovated, and we started since January. And in phase 2, we have 23, and phase 3, we have 11.
We are also hoping to have an impact in community, also hoping to sustain government investment and infrastructure assets to make sure that 4 years from now, these assets are still standing and they're in good condition. So we don't continuously spend money on the same asset. We're actually saving money and creating our own infrastructure asset. When we came back from our origin, we came back to research today with that technology. When I came out, I felt like, oh my God, this is what we really did.
Just saw the letter from the LASIAMA coming that you want to do the renovation. So that's how it started.
Now we sit here on the 6th of February, and then it's very nice to change the process to
Students were happy to come to the school.
It's not only LASIAMA that's working on rehabilitation works in the state. This is how important these schools are to the state government. We actually have a team, and we call ourselves Education Transformation Team. Scripps is there, Ministry of Education is there, CVEB is there, and we are there. So it's a joint effort.
I want to say thank you to Lagos State, thank you to LASIAMA, and thank you to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you to the governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
God bless Lagos.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu once said, "No child will be left behind in Lagos State in acquiring the basic quality education."
When we resumed, we couldn't find a very suitable place to sit down. There was no window, there was no door. The place looked so unkept.
The school was in a very bad shape. In fact, the lives of the students and the staff were threatened because of the infrastructural decay. Some of the, like this singular building, is already separated.
When it is raining, water will be coming from both sides of the building because of even from the top of the building too. And this did not help teaching and learning in any form.
There were no fans. There were literally no chairs except the chairs the repeaters were sitting on.
Teaching and learning was not taking place fully.
Hello. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning. It is the 2022 Procurement Summit. And as we always do in Lagos, you are all very important to us. And that's why we're according you this honor this morning of sharing your views with us, expressing your mind, and of course, letting us know how to serve you better as a state. We thank you very much for being here. We recognize our very distinguished partners and stakeholders this morning. Thank you all for being here, and we do not take it for granted that you're here with us. In the next 5 minutes, this event will commence officially. Therefore, I'd like to plead with you. If there is a vacant seat in front of you and it is not a reserved seat, please can you take that seat? If there is an empty seat in front of you and it is not a reserved seat, please can you take that seat? If it is not a reserved seat, please can you take that seat? We recognize our guest speakers, our panelists who are here this morning. The Chief Executive Officer of Metafrox Limited, Ezechi Okorafor. We thank you very much for being here. Can we applaud her? Can we please applaud her? The representative of the Group Managing Director of Access Bank PLC in person of Mr. Lukman Martins. You're very welcome. Can we please applaud him? Mr. Martins, we thank you for being here. The representative of Mr. Joel Ogunshola, the Chief Executive Officer of Prunedge Development Technologies Limited, in person of Mr. Lanre Akomolafe. We thank you for being here. The partner and West Africa forensic leader, Risk Advisory Nigeria, West Africa, Deloitte Financial Advisory, Birla Adeoye. We thank you very much, sir, for being here this morning. We appreciate your presence. And of course, the moderator of session, we thank you very much for being here. The Director General of the Office of Public Procurement in Lagos State, who has called everyone to please join him here today and chart a way forward. The Director General, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote. We thank you very much for being here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I crave your indulgence. Please let us settle down as this event will commence in the next 5 minutes. Please, can we just settle down? And if, like I said earlier, if there's an empty seat in front of you that is not reserved, please, can you take that seat? Once again, good morning and welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the arrival of the chairman of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency Governing Board. He is also the Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State. To us, he is our pride. He is somebody that we always use as a reference point. Please, can you welcome with a resounding round of applause, Dr. Rabiu Olowo. We thank you very much, sir, for being here this morning. We are indeed very grateful for your presence. We thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner, for being here this morning and taking time out of your very busy schedule. I recognize also one of our board members for the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency Governing Board, Mrs. Folusho Onobowale. We thank you very much, ma, for being here. The DG of Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency is also here with us. Afolabi Sholebo, Esquire. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We appreciate your presence. I'd like to recognize the Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit, Mrs. Kikelo Modaudu. We thank you, ma, for being here. All other distinguished personalities, we say thank you very much for being here. And in a very short while, I said 5 minutes, so we have already expended 2 minutes out of the 5 minutes. So we have 3 minutes more. We're counting down to the formal commencement of this program. Once again, good morning to you all. Thank you for being here. Please, all those who are outside the hall, can you come into the hall so that we can start off the program? All those outside the hall, please can you come in to the hall so that we start off this program? we have a powerful delegation from the Secretariat of the Governors Forum here with us. I recognize all of you collectively, and I will shortly recognize you individually. We welcome also the Permanent Secretary, PSO. We thank you very much, Ma, for being here this morning. And we have just 1 minute to go. Please, if you're outside the hall, I crave your indulgence, please come inside the hall so that we can start off this event in earnest. As we want to kick off this event, I crave the indulgence. Those sitting to my left, please, all of us sitting to the left here, can we move to the center, please, so that we can have a proper view for the photo ops. The camera works will not be too tidy. Please, let us move to the center so that we'll start off. Please, there's so many empty seats here. Can we move to the center? Thank you very much. Please, can we just move to the center? Please. From the Governors Forum Secretariat, we have the change management expert, Olalekun Odukoya. We welcome you and we thank you very much for being here. The senior e-procurement expert, Oluwole. The surname is not too clear, but I will get that. We thank you for being here. And the SF Task Project Coordinator, Solomon Afun. We thank you very much for being here. We, like I told you earlier, we have the PSO, Mrs. Sukomi Oyegbola. Thank you very much for being here, Ma. We recognize your presence and welcome you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting off this event at this point in time. Please, can we come in and have some silence in the hall, even while we shut the entrance, so that the noise from outside does not infiltrate into the venue. The Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State and Chairman, Governing Board of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, all other board members, the body of permanent secretaries here present, particularly Permanent Secretary of the PSO, Mrs. Sukomi Oyegbola, Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit, Mrs. Kikelomo Daudu, all other distinguished personalities here present, not forgetting our panelist, moderator of session, the Director General of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote, all our stakeholders and partners in progress here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To formally commence this event this morning, I crave your indulgence that we all rise as we will take the national anthem. Please, can we all rise for the national anthem? very much. Please, can we all be seated? Thank you very much. The chairman of the board, the governing board of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, who is also the Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State. I always tell people that this gentleman is indeed a pride to Lagos State. And I make very bold to say Nigeria as a whole. The Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Rabiu Olowo. Please, can we applaud him? You know, I paused a little bit. I was going to give you his full name, and that is Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo. Now, why did I have to mention that part of his name? Literally meaning, Onolapo means the sources of wealth. Very many. They are very wide. And this man sure knows the sources of wealth. And his surname is also highly suggestive, Olowo. Now, if you know the sources of wealth, you cannot but be an Olowo, literally meaning a wealthy man. Please welcome the wealthiest Lagosian, Miss Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo. Can you applaud him once again? Members of a body of permanent secretaries here present. The body of permanent secretaries here present, particularly the fact that we have them predominantly women, it's a pride to the state. Permanent Secretary PSO, Mrs. Sukomi Oyegbola. Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit, Mrs. Kikelomo Daudu. And Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transportation, Mr. Hafiz Toriola. Please, can we applaud them? And not forgetting Permanent Secretary, Office of Works in Lagos State, Architect Odusoya Adebayo Ayodeji. Chief Executive Officers of parastatal organizations here present. I note particularly the head of the Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, Mr. Afolabi Sholebo, Esquire. The governing board of the Office of Public Procurement, the Public Procurement Agency here present, Director General of the State Public Procurement Agency, our own dear Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote. Chief Executive Officers of banks and financial institutions here present. Executive Officers of the Governors Forum here present. Panelists, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, to quickly give us his remarks, I will invite none other than the 22nd Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State, a chartered accountant per excellence. I've told you all he's okay. We'll take the welcome address first. I wanted to jump the gun because I was excited about the money issue about this wealthy man. Please, can you welcome for the welcome address, Director General, Public Procurement Agency in Lagos State, Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote. Can we applaud him more resoundingly?
Good morning. the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, who is unavoidably absent, the deputy governor, Dr. Bafemi Kadiri Amzat, the chairman, House Committee on Procurement, Lagos State House of Assembly, the head of service of Lagos State, Mr. Akim Muri Okunola, who will join us shortly, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance and Chairman, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo, other members of the Governing Board of Lagos State Public Procurement Agencies, other members of the State Executive Council here present, members of the Governing Board, the Chief Executive Officers of parastatal organizations in Lagos State that are here present, the Director General of other state public procurement agencies that are here present. I have seen Rivers State, I have seen Kwara State, I have seen Ogun State. You're all welcome. The Chief Executive Officers of banks and financial institutions that are here present. Director General, Women in Business, because these days we are talking of empowering women in procurement. That's an affirmative procurement for women. The representative of United Nations Women in Nigeria. I should be mindful of the fact that some people have also joined us virtually. So I recognize everyone that is there that has joined us virtually. Panelists that are going to share their wealth of experience with us this day. We welcome all of you. Directors and management staff of Lagos State Procurement Agencies, just before I forget, body of permanent secretaries that are here present, directors and management staff of Lagos State Procurement Agencies, contractors, service providers, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome our highly esteemed and distinguished guests and stakeholders to the year 2022 edition of the annual Procurement Summit of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency. The summit is one of the several platforms through which this agency engages and shares ideas with its various categories of stakeholders. The objective of organizing the summit is to share experiences and insight with some of our stakeholders, both in the public and private sector. Even though the feedback we've been receiving from various stakeholders has been very positive and encouraging, we are not unmindful of the fact that we must continue to enrich the public procurement process by sharing ideas and viewpoints of stakeholders from the various sectors of the economy. The theme of this year's summit, Procure to Save, reforming public procurement to achieve saving in government expenditure in the face of the dwindling fortune of the economy, has been chosen for this year's summit in demonstration of the commitment of the agency towards assisting the state government to continue to achieve value for money and eliminate wastage in public procurement. As regulatory agency for all public procurement in Lagos State, it is the responsibility of the agency to ensure probity, transparency, and efficiency in the management of scarce resources, the limited resources that is available to the state government. And we shall not shy away from performing this responsibility. The agency will therefore intensify efforts in ensuring that ministry, department, and agencies of the state fully comply with the procurement law and due process in public procurement. This year's summit will feature a 9-man panel of discussants. The members of the panel are leaders with enviable track records of achievement in their respective areas of practice and discipline. I therefore have no doubt that the panelists and stakeholders who are gathered here this morning will engage in cross-fertilization of ideas that will enrich and broaden the knowledge of delegates on public procurement with regards to the operating business environment of Lagos State. I also wish to note that the participation of accounting officers of some ministry, department, and agencies of the state, and chief executive officers of procurement agencies of other states of the Federation, both those who join physically and those who join virtually at this event, will also help in generating ideas that will enhance public procurement, not only in Lagos State, but in other states of the Federation. I wish to use this opportunity, therefore, to appeal to the various delegates at the summit, including accounting officers of MDAs of Lagos State, contractors, service providers, and other stakeholders of the agency, to seize the opportunity offered by the summit to make contributions, ask questions, seek clarification, and lodge complaints on public procurement law and its implementation by the agency. This will facilitate mutual understanding and cooperation between the agency and its various stakeholders, thereby enhancing compliance to due process in public procurement in Lagos State. On this note, I wish to express our appreciation to the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, for his untiring support, which has enabled the agency to continue to carry out its programs and activities. I wish to reassure Mr. Governor of the commitment of the agency to successful implementation of the public procurement law in Lagos State. Similarly, I wish to thank the head of service, Mr. Akim Oriokola, the chairman of the governing board of the agency, Dr. Odonolapo Rabiu Olowo, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, and other members of the board for providing appropriate leadership, which has assisted us as an agency to discharge our statutory function. I want to assure stakeholders that this year's summit promises to take public procurement in Lagos State to greater heights. I therefore congratulate all of us for being part of this epoch-making event. Thank you very much for your attention. Igbega, Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Director General, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote. Thank you very much, sir. The Honorable Commissioner for Finance and Chairman of the Governing Board of the Public Procurement Agency, all cuts is duly extended. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to listen to the goodwill message that will be coming from the 22nd Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State. Now, this gentleman is a man that holds a PhD in forensic accounting and auditing. Therefore, he knows the ropes. Please, can you welcome with me Mr. Wealth, who knows the sources of wealth, Honorable Commissioner Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo.
Good morning once again, everyone. Let me join the Director General to welcome everyone to this year's annual Procurement Summit. I would like to adopt the already established protocol. But let me, for the sake of emphasis, reiterate our appreciation to the very experienced number of discussants that we have here today, especially those from the private sector. There won't be any need to thank those from the public sector. Let me specially recognize the Chief Executive Officer of Metrofrox Limited, Ezichi Okoroafo. Thank you very much for finding the time to join us here today. Mr. Roosevelt Ogbona, the Managing Director, Access Bank, ably represented here by Mr. Lukman Martins, the CEO of Prunage Development Technologies Limited, Mr. Joel Ogunshola, the partner and West Africa forensic leader of Deloitte Financial Advisory, Mr. Beola Adeoye. The Group Business Report and Business Express leader, Mr. Rotus Odiri. Thank you very much for finding the time to join us here today. Recognizing the chairman, House Committee on Procurement, Honorable Olawale Agesulaiman, the head of service, who just entered, who just made a grand entry, Mr. Akim Muri Okunola. Thank you for always finding the time to join us on the procurement event. I also like to specially recognize the members of the Procurement Governing Board, Mrs. Folusho Onobowale, thank you very much, and Mr. Folusho Mustafa, thank you very much. The Director General of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, a body of permanent secretaries here present, and all invited guests. I say good morning to you once again. For any organization, whether in public and private sector, to achieve sustainable success in its organizational objectives, it must cultivate the culture of regular engagement and interaction with individuals and organizations it considers as key stakeholders. And that's why I'm personally excited this morning that this is not just an event of engagement, it's also an event whereby we have invited experienced private sector discussants, experienced public sector discussants to discuss issues affecting governance in our procurement system. At the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, we see our stakeholders and customers as king who must be served well at all times. But we cannot serve the stakeholders and customers well if we do not regularly engage and share ideas with them. Through regular engagement and interaction with stakeholders, the agency is able to explain what it is currently doing and what it intends to do. The agency also provides clear reasons on why it is doing what it is doing, while stakeholders also have the opportunity of giving feedback on policies, programs, and other deliverables of the agency, which is the most paramount and the most important thing that we will get from this kind of engagement, feedback. The overall objective is to enhance public procurement process and deepen compliance to the enabling laws of the agency. Public procurement does not operate in a vacuum. It operates within a free market economy where both buyers and sellers of goods and services must learn to play by the rule. In this context, the rule of the game is the Lagos State Public Procurement Law of 2021. To sustain the relationship, therefore, both buyers and sellers must submit themselves to fairness, transparency, accountability, and due process. As a regulator of public procurement, the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency is obligated to ensure that the state government gets value for money being expended on the provision of goods and services for the use of residents of Lagos State, while also ensuring that contractors and service providers engaged in business transactions with the state government are treated fairly. It is in demonstration of this commitment that the agency has strengthened its partnership and collaboration with key ministries, departments, and agencies involved in the procurement process to remove bottlenecks, bureaucracies, often responsible for delays in payment to contractors, service providers for contracts executed for the state government. This is to ensure that contractors and service providers do not suffer unduly before they get paid for services rendered to the state. We want the balance of power between the buyers and the sellers to be of equal basis. I therefore urge contractors and service providers who transact business with the state government or those who intend to do so in the nearest future to continue to demonstrate high ethical values through timely delivery of contracts awarded to them without compromising on quality or quantity by deviating from specification or terms of reference of the contract. The present administration in the state, under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, is committed to ensuring the provision of infrastructural and socio-economic programs to improve the standard of living of Lagos State. As good citizens, we must therefore continue to play our part by supporting the programs of the state government, and most importantly, we must also, always remind ourselves that we must continue to pay our taxes as at when due to the coffers of the state government, so that the state government can have resources required to implement those programs. On this note, I wish to thank the state governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for reposing confidence in the agency, for giving the agency the empowerment it requires to act as regulator of the public procurement system in Lagos State. On behalf of members of the governing board, the management, and the entire staff of the agency, I wish to assure you, everyone, that we shall not betray the trust reposed in the agency. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us a very good, active listening and participation in the discussion for today. Thank you very much.
Please can we applaud the Honorable Commissioner and Chairman of the Governing Board of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency once again. We thank you very much, sir, for being here. I'd also like to, at this point in time, formally recognize and welcome into our midst the Chairman, Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Public Procurement. Please can you welcome with a round of applause Honorable Olawale Age Sulaiman Rauf. We thank you very much, sir, for being here. And at this point, I'd also like to recognize very especially the head of service of the most vibrant workforce in Nigeria. He is the head of service of Lagos State. Please can you put your hands together for Mr. Hakeem Muri Okunla. You're very welcome, sir. Well, thank you very much for being here. The head of service of Lagos State, Mr. Hakeem Muri Okunla. The Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State has just given us a very robust address. Therefore, we will be moving on very quickly now to listen to a very important aspect of this summit, and that is remarks of the head of service of Lagos State. It is an honor to welcome to the podium the head of service of Lagos State, Mr. Hakeem Muri Okunla. Can we applaud him more resoundingly, please?
The Chairman, House Committee on Procurement, Honorable Olawale Age Sulaiman, my friend, my brother. The Chairman, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, and the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Honorable Dr. Rabiu Olowo, and other members of the State Executive Council here present, members of the Governing Board of the Public Procurement Agency, my colleagues, members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, led by the captain of the body. I'm not sure, based on the order of the day, there are recipients of awards, and proudly we have other members of the body of permanent secretaries that will be receiving awards. I see that there are other director generals of the public procurement agencies that are here, but I would like to specially recognize our own Director General of our own public procurement agency, the Director General Public Procurement Agencies of Rivers State, Kwara State, Ogun State, and their panelists. My colleagues in the public service, heads of agencies ministries and extra-ministerial departments, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. Let me apologize for disrupting the chairman while he was giving his speech. It was really not my fault because the chairman and I had been here together earlier, but the stage wasn't set. No one was here, and we went back to the office. And when I was told to come, the chairman was in a rush. He couldn't wait for me. But now we are saving the best for the last. Let me start my address by commending the members of the governing board and the management of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency for organizing this particular event, particularly for the choice of the most fitting and timeless theme, Procure to Save, reforming a public procurement to achieve savings in government expenditure. This is an era in which government at all levels are confronted with difficulties and challenges in fulfilling their obligations to the citizenry due to prevailing tough economic and financial situations locally and internationally. It is a situation that not only calls for sober reflections, but an unyielding resolve on the part of individuals and institutions saddled with responsibilities of managing and regulating economic and financial resources of government to provide lasting and sustainable solutions. It is therefore against this backdrop that I wish to commend the management of the Lagos State Procurement Agency for organizing this summit. It once again underlines high responsibility and a commitment aimed at generating ideas that will assist the state government in reducing the cost of governance. It is mute to add that the reduction in cost of governance will immediately free additional resources for provision of more goods and services for the teeming residents of the state. As key stakeholders in our Greater Lagos agenda, it is our collective interest that Lagos State projects continues to work. And to enable the state maintain the tempo of its growth and development, new ideas and insights must continually be generated. This is more so in view of the enviable status of Lagos as the economic and commercial and financial hub of Nigeria and the West African sub-region. I therefore feel genuinely encouraged by the eminently qualified key stakeholders, panelists that are assembled from the public and private sectors of the economy, that the outcome of this process will be invaluable to Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole. I therefore urge all delegates to participate actively in the proceedings of this summit towards aggregating creative ideas that will not only enhance the public procurement system, but will also add value to the taxpayers' monies being expended on provision of works, goods, and services for the people of the state. Over the course of this dialogue, I look forward earnestly to your insights, ideas, and recommendations, which without a doubt will make public procurement in Lagos State and Nigeria more robust, more value-driven, and more cost-effective. I also join the governing board and its members and the management and entire staff of the Lagos State Procurement Agency and urge them not to rest on their oars so that the agency will continue to provide the leadership that has become its hallmark, a reputation that has earned it recognition and a pride of place among leading procurement agencies and institutions internationally and locally. In conclusion, I would also join the Honorable Commissioner in adding our gratitude to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu for his continuous support to the state public service as a whole. I wish to use this opportunity to assure Mr. Governor of the continued commitment of all our employees in the state public service towards successful implementation of good procurement practices and policies and programs geared towards our Greater Lagos agenda. I thank you all for your kind attention. and wish you very fruitful dialogues.
Please, can we applaud the head of service once again? We thank you very much, sir, for your very kind words at the summit. The Chairman, House Committee on Public Procurement, the head of service of Lagos State, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, the body of permanent secretaries here present, all cuts extended, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on very quickly now. We have heard from the executive arm of government, but I'd like to let you know that the legislative arm of government and the executive arm of government are so much in tune with one another. And that is one of the reasons Lagos seems the best state in Nigeria. Things are working seamlessly because of this very warm understanding between them. To address us at this point in time, please welcome Chairman House Committee on Public Procurement, Honorable Olawale Ages Sulaiman Rauf. Can we applaud him as he comes forward? Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Before I stand on already established protocol, I want to recognize the presence of the head of service, the Honorable Commissioner, then the Board of Public Procurement Agency, and also most importantly, the Director General of the agency. I'm not leaving the body of permanent secretaries unrecognized, but at this point, I want to stand on the already established protocol. I have come to deliver the message of the third arms of government, which we even see as the first arms of government, which has to do with representation. Our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker would have been here in person, but because of other engagements that you have bestowed upon us, so we have to see how we meet your demands. At the assembly, we don't have anything doing than to settle and to make sure that we roll out meaningful laws that will guide our cooperation, that will guide the existence of Lagos State and by extension Nigeria, because Lagos State is one of the states that to reasonable extent, our laws are not only germane, but they are also instruments in the national polity. If we look at it
Rauf Agay Sulaiman. At this point, I crave your indulgence. Before we go into the panel session, please let's quickly have a photograph of the first half of this program. And I'd like to respectfully at this point invite the Chairman, House Committee on Public Procurement to please come up stage. The Head of Service, sir, I crave your indulgence to please come up stage. The Chairman of a Governing Board and Honorable Commissioner for Finance, please can you come up stage? All the board members, I know we have Mrs. Adebowale and Mr. Folusho Mustafa, please can you join us? Thank you. Photographers, let's quickly have this photograph session of, I would, sir, can you just move to the other side? Thank you very much to strike a balance. The DG, sir. More, that was an omission. Please, we're very sorry about that. The DG, sir. Very quickly. Yes, sir. Photographers, are we good with that session? Joining them at this point, I like to crave the indulgence of the body of permanent secretaries here present, PSPSO, PS The lottery board is outside. You can please visit their stand. LIRS, Lamata, LSETF, Lashma, Lasema, Lasepa, the Progressive Technologies Limited, Bridge Gap Consult Limited, HMA Medical Limited, Steelways Nigeria Limited, Logic City Fleet Services Limited, and Lagos Ferry Services. They're all outside, and we crave your indulgence to please pay them a visit. Please, at this point, can we shut the door so that we go into the panel session immediately? At this point, I'd like to invite to please come up to the podium one of our panelists, Azichi Okorafor. She is the Chief Executive Officer, Meta Frocks Limited. Can we applaud her as she comes up to the podium? Please applaud her more resoundingly. She's a seasoned business transformation specialist with a proven experience working with large organizations and SMEs to deliver value. She has led and participated at senior levels in organizations tasked with delivering commercial success and sustainable shared outcomes for shareholders and all stakeholders. She began her career in software quality assurance and business analysis. She later founded Meta Frocks Limited to address the need for better integration and alignment between businesses and the systems that support operations at all levels. This wonderful woman is a passionate technology enthusiast and is always up for a new challenge. Outside of work, she loves to travel and collect interesting art pieces. She reads, she loves to read. She cooks, she loves to cook and play a round of golf occasionally to keep her competitive spirit alive. Can we put our hands again together for Azichi Okorafor? Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to invite the representative of Mr. Samuel Egube, who is the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget. Please put your hands together for the State Chief Resilience Officer. Can we applaud her as she comes up to the podium? Of course, her commissioner that she is representing, very dutiful. Just take the next one. Thank you. So that you both flank the moderator. You know, I'd love to put the moderator in between two beautiful, gorgeous, and intelligent women so that he will be calm, you understand. And of course, the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Sam Egube, holds an executive master's degree in business administration from the prestigious International School of Management, University of Navarra, Barcelona. And he is the author of several books in the inspirational and self-help genre. He is happily married to Edith Egube, and they have two lovely children. Please can we applaud the Honorable Commissioner through the Chief Resilience Officer for the state. We thank you. Roosevelt Ogbonna, the Group Managing Director, Access Bank PLC, is ably represented by Mr. Lukman Martins. Can we applaud him? I can't hear your applause. This gentleman that is ably represented by Mr. Lukman Martins is the Group Managing Director of Access Bank PLC. And prior to his appointment, he served as Group Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director, Wholesale Banking Division of the bank. Mr. Ogbonna is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Currently, he sits on the board of Access Corporation, Access Bank PLC, Access Bank UK, Access Bank Zambia, Africa Finance Corporation, and Central Securities Clearing System, PLC. Can we applaud once again through his representative, Roosevelt Ogbonna. The Chief Executive Officer of Prone Edge Development Technologies Limited, Joel Ogunshola, is ably represented by Mr. Lanre Akomolafe. Can we applaud Mr. Akomolafe as he comes up? Mr. Joel Ogushola, a graduate of mechanical engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, is currently serving as a partner and co-founder at Isesai Consultant, a pan-African sustainability advisory and impact investment consulting company. He is passionate about democratizing opportunities for the young, undeserved population, the convergence of innovation and sustainable development, social entrepreneurship, arts, and is an ardent golfer. That makes the second golfer up on the podium. Can we applaud Mr. Joel Ogushola through his representative, Larry Akomolafe? Thank you very much. At this point in time, I will be inviting the special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on internal audit. He is ably represented by none other than the permanent secretary, Office of Internal Audit in Lagos State, Mrs. Kikelomo Daudu. Can you applaud her as she please comes up to the podium? We thank you very much, Ma, for being here this morning. She is representing a gentleman that is passionate about using modern technologies that he has formulated, and he wants to develop growth strategy for various institutions and oversees its implementation. He has participated and coordinated the activities of various advocacy groups in academic and professional institutions and agencies of government. He's married with children, and he's represented by another happily married woman with children. I'm talking about the Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit. A round of applause once again. Well, thank you very much, Ma, for being here. And the last panelist, but not in the list, far be it from him being the list, is partner and West Africa forensic leader, Risk Advisory, Nigeria, West Africa, Deloitte Financial Advisory, Bola Adeoye. Can we applaud him as he comes up to the podium? This man with a towering height that could be intimidating leads the forensic practice of Deloitte Financial Advisory in West Africa. He has over 14 years' experience in conducting dispute advisory, forensic investigations into allegation of fraud and misconduct, kickbacks, financial crime reviews, contract compliance review, procurement and supply chain due diligence, vendor due diligence, and contract life cycle reviews. He is multilingual and has managed and conducted high-profile forensic engagements across Francophone and Anglophone Africa, including Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Cameroon, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Togo, Gabon, Algeria, and South Africa. A round of applause for Bola Adeoye. Thank you very much for being here. And to moderate this session is a colleague, and this time from the media. He is the Global Business Report and Business Express editor, anchor, Arise TV and Smooth 98.1 FM, Rutus Odiri. Can we applaud him as he comes up to the podium? He's the host of Global Business Report on Arise Television. He is an economics graduate from the University of Houston, and he has over 2 decades of banking and finance experience, having worked for firms like JP Morgan Chase in the United States and very many other. He enjoys macroeconomic discussions and believes inflation is the supreme enemy of mankind. I hand over now the microphone to Mr. Odiri. Can we applaud him? The mics are all strapped on. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Please, can we turn on the mic for the panelists? Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone's mic working? Turn on your mic. Is it working?
Hello?
Not yet.
Hello?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm turning it on. Okay.
Okay.
Test.
Hello? Hello? Yeah.
Testing.
Okay. Hello? All right. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to our panelists. Thank you all very much for joining us. So we're going to jump right into these topics. We have a lot of topics here, about 14 of them. And there's also going to be a brief background on each of the topics that we're going to be getting into. And I'm going to give a brief background and then throw each of the questions to our panelists that are with us here. So first off, with respect to procurement, we're starting off with strategic sourcing and contracting. The background to that, and the first question goes to Mr. Beluya, who's a partner with Deloitte. But just to give a background on what we're talking about before my question to him, an organization that understands its spending is able to reduce the cost of recurring big ticket items. Organizations can seek cost savings through improved procurement processes and contract negotiations. So that's the background there. So my question to Mr. Adeoye, are there opportunities to consolidate contracts and negotiate pricing with a single vendor or a group of vendors?
Can you hear me? Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the privilege. So in fact, there is. When you speak about strategic sourcing, the focus is really on the big picture. Okay, not all forms of procurement are amenable to strategic sourcing because for them to qualify, it has to be high value or complex, or it has to be a special project, etc. The focus of strategic sourcing is really, rather than looking at the procurement equation as quantity multiplied by price equals value, then what you're really looking at is an expanded equation that has maximizing value for the organization and minimizing risk. Accordingly, you now have new entrants into the equation like partnership. So apart from just being transactional, one particular item, one vendor, etc., you're looking at a way by which you can have partnerships with the entities, and then this partnership doesn't necessarily have to be with one individual or one company. It could be with a slew of companies. So if we look at value as the underbelly of strategic sourcing, the point is that the value should not be on one part alone. It shouldn't be on the sourcing entity alone. How about the vendor and the companies that are bringing that together? And if you look at procurement in government, for instance, who are the vendors or contractors? They're citizens. So the point is there must be value provided, value derived, and everybody must derive value from that life cycle. So yes, absolutely, there's opportunity for that. Now, this strategic partnership, looking at the big picture, can then elevate the vendors on one hand. At the same time, it minimizes the risk for the other party because you can then reduce price as an element, not price as the key, price as an element, and have the other benefits as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually do want a quick follow-up on that. With respect to a single vendor or a small group, is there more, as far as cost savings, if you've got competition between a number of vendors versus negotiating with a single one, is that better off?
Well, it's not a direct answer. Okay. I think later on we may want to look at how do you minimize cost or derive value from your vendor partnerships. So take, for instance, if you had only a single vendor, then you're creating a monopoly technically.
Right.
If you had a small group of vendors, then you are introducing potentially some other risks, including fraud. They can decide, you win it today, I'll win it tomorrow. We're still price setting. Right. But if there's a partnership that is underlined by value, then there are other things, that will come in, and I'm sure that's because of this discussion, we can x-ray that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right, so that's strategic sourcing and contracting. We now move to technology. I'm not sure I need to read the background on technology, do I? But investing in new technology is typically a long-term cost-saving endeavor. And so my next question is to Ezichi Okorafor, CEO of Meta. Did you get a lot of Google searches when Facebook changed the name to Meta? I was curious. You did? Right. It's like when Kanye West released Ye and Burna Boy had a Ye single, and Burna Boy's searches flew up. So Ezichi Okorafor, How has technology in your organization evolved since the pandemic, and as far as since the pandemic, and what opportunities exist in your organization for increased efficiency through the implementation of new technology?
Well, I think we can all agree that the pandemic has forced organizations to redefine value and the delivery of value within new ways of working. In reality, my organization and several similar organizations were already accustomed to some of these new ways of working. For instance, embracing the optionality of working from home. But then the pandemic pushed us to further explore innovative ways of improving the quality of our products and optimizing our service delivery. Today, we view technology as an integral part of our workflows. We recognize the critical role technology plays in keeping us connected, in ensuring on-demand access to the tools to get the work done, and all the while safeguarding our digital assets. We continue to innovate. We leverage new advances in technology in order to optimize our service delivery and to also support our clients in implementing solutions that are much more suited to current business realities and new ways of working. I will give an example. An example of such solutions would be, for instance, a system that is deployed in order to dynamically manage knowledge, organizational knowledge, and systems that are deployed to automate workflows in order to deliver measurable improvements along the value chain. So that's pretty much what our journey has been and where we're at when it comes to the evolution of technology in my organization.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Technology improves everything. Absolutely. The next question is for the representative, Mr. Joel Ogusola, who's the CEO of Prunedge. Can costs be reduced through consolidation of standalone systems?
Yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely, costs can be reduced from consolidation of standalone systems. However, what you find is that consolidation also comes with risk because when you consolidate systems, I think the major cost savings you get is from the consolidation of licenses, which means you have to pay these licenses across different systems because now we have the same system helping with managing your processes. The second avenue for cost saving from consolidation of systems is also from the maintenance perspective, because rather than have 4 or 5 different entities maintain your solutions, now you have a single entity maintaining those solutions. However, that also introduces risk because when you have all your systems in just one place, there's then a risk of failure, which means when that single system fails, you have multiple impacts across the different processes you run. But that also presents an opportunity, which is that you can be focused on just ensuring that you build sufficient resilience across those systems. When you bring it to the public sector, one of the challenges you see within the public sector is that is not enabling consolidation of systems, is that a lot of the entities, the different ministries, the different departments and agencies, they want to function, they want to have that full control of the technology, right? And as a result of that full control of the technology, you find a lot of duplications across the technology supporting different MBAs. But I think, yes, there is definitely some opportunities to reduce costs by consolidating of the system.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so from technology now, we go to alternative service delivery. I'll give a background on that because this next question is for our representative for Mr. Roosevelt Obona from the Access Bank, Mr. Lukman Martin. So, alternative service delivery. Governments have traditionally outsourced services to private contractors. Example, waste management, payroll processing, and facility management. Governments have also sought shared service arrangements with other entities. However, there are new ways to optimize alternative service delivery by analyzing past performance to identify new and creative solutions. So that's the background on alternative service delivery. So therefore, question to Mr. Martins, representing Mr. Roosevelt Obona, what new opportunities for outsourcing and privatization are available?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to thank the Lagos State
Public Procurement Agency for inviting us. I hope that following this session, we will all leave here with better ideas and new way of thinking in terms of procurement. So thank you. Okay, I think to your question, I think the new ways is limited to the organizational strategy and imagination. Oh, okay, thank you. Following from the pandemic, which we have learned a lot of lessons, we have done, I would say, what we think is never going to cannot be done. We have worked from home. We have traveled far while staying in our houses. It has opened our eyes to a lot of opportunities and new ways of doing things. So, for instance, you see, following the pandemic, my organization now, we used to buy. We have like one of the largest branch network in Nigeria. We used to buy generators for each branch. So what we're doing now is we're just buying the service of power. We don't invest in generators. We don't buy diesel. We have a contract from a provider, just giving power for a certain period of time. And we found that it's actually cheaper to do that. So various other areas. So depending on the organization and how far you are ready to go. Call centers, you don't have to own the call center and have 5,000 people as taking calls from the customers. You don't have to expand your network to all corners of the country, where you can have an agency network. So it depends on how far you are willing to go. There are a lot of opportunities.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, so that concludes our questions for our private sector representatives. Now move to our public sector representatives, and this is on internal control. So again, I'll give you a background on that. There is a need for organizations to create veritable internal control measures over expenditure, even if it means adjusting purchase and approval thresholds. So, to our representative for the Special Advisor to the Governor on Internal Audit, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, to his representative, do current procurement thresholds and procurement methods employed in your organization encourage a detailed review, including a cost-saving analysis?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me. Yes, the process, as we have processes that are thresholds are matching with their processes. For instance, in the civil service, we have what you call the international competitive bidding for thresholds of billion and above. We have the national competitive bidding for 500 to 1 billion. We have the national shopping that is below 50 billion. So that in itself is a control that you don't jump process. You go to the right process to have the things sorted. And not only that, because each of these processes, each of these sector, they are advertised on the paper. In the international one, you have the international paper. So it's a level playing ground. You have everybody coming in. You are not limited. You are not short-chained. And because you are having a lot of people, there's competition. And when you have competition, you are able to reduce price. And then there's review, because by the time all the papers come in, you review them with all the yardstick you want this particular contract to go for, and then you have the best per time. Thank you.
You can have that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Our next question is to the Director General of the Lagos Procurement Agency, Mr. Fatai Onafo. And the question is, again, still under internal control. Procurement process provides the most economical results possible.
Just confirm that, and to also take a cue from the threshold that the representative of OIA presented. The different procurement method has recognized economy, and even in situations where you can do what we call packaging and loss. When you package, you are mindful of taking advantage of quantity. Sometimes when you are taking quantity, when you pull similar things together, it's an opportunity to enjoy opportunities that are bound. There are instances when private sector will give you opportunity to say, when you are buying so much quantity, you are getting some additional. So that addition is a way of making savings. Because if ordinarily you have to pay for that, you know ordinarily what it will cost you. So packaging, lotting that we encourage in procurement is an opportunity to enjoy economy of scale.
So that as you are buying more, you are using the opportunity to gain opportunities that this private sector or service providers provide. So you use that advantage to save costs, and you are still getting the kind of value that you desire. That's about it.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that. Now we're going to mitigating stakeholder risk. Organizations, again, a background. Organizations must institute better and more sophisticated risk segmentation, dividing their stakeholders into distinct risk tiers. So on that note, I'm going to come to the representative for Mr. Samuel Egugwe, Commissioner for Lagos State Economic Planning. I mean, we know what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, right? So are there any recent global or geopolitical issues that could or are expected have affected savings in your organization?
Thank you very much. I don't think the public sector has been protected any better than the private sector. So we are really experiencing the same issues as the private sector. We have the global headwinds of the war in Ukraine that has driven up energy prices, and that has affected us. We're all aware, or we all experience erratic power supply. Cost of diesel has gone up, and we work late hours, so there are no fixed times. We're in the office a lot of times, so we have extra spending on energy. We had the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 that affected us. We had to cut our budgets by about 20% and had to reprioritize our budget because we were not expecting something of that magnitude, and the funds had to come from somewhere. And also, we're also experiencing issues around even the national monetary policies that exist. We all know the issues around businesses having access to Forex, and almost even the paper that we all use in our offices are imported. Unitary costs of a lot of the commodities and consumables that we require. So these things have eaten deeply into our savings. And I'm not even sure if we would have any as a currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right, so I guess this mic works. All right, still on mitigating stakeholder risk. Next question is, of course, for Mr. Lukman Martins, who's representing Mr. Roosevelt Ogbonna of Access Bank. Are there, or are any of your stakeholders at risk of bankruptcy? We're talking about this earlier before we came on stage. Do share the kind of issues that may have possibly led to such stakeholders getting to that point.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, the short answer is no.
Okay, good.
And I'd like to approach my answer from the view of what you do to make sure that you don't get to that stage, right? Fortunately for us, who are a bank, our job is managing risk, whether it's liquidity risk, credit risk, operational risk. Our job is managing risk. So part of managing vendors and partners is to manage the risk. It starts from vendor selection, right? Who are these people? Who are our prospective partners? How long have we been in business? We do what my co-panelist said, called background checks and due diligence, right? Who are also their suppliers and their vendors? What are they saying about them? What is the financial standing of these customers? Do they have available credits to perform what they are promising us? Or do they have access to, or would they have access to line of credit? What kind of mitigation can they give us, like performance bond or APG or those kind of things? So I think if you do your due diligence, we are meticulous in selecting your partners. You are meticulous in monitoring the implementation of whatever agreement you have come to, and then you do an after event review.
But I think maybe I can draw a comparison between what we do and the public sector. So typically, it will be goods, okay? It will be services, it will still be works. And the goods are everything from stationery to supplies, and then of course, improvements, etc. Now, you could also have a manual or an electronic method for monitoring. So for us, for instance, we have a tool, and that tool takes you through the entire life cycle. And we start our own process with a risk process. It's called a business risk relationship onboarding, and you have everything from who are you, how long have you been in the business, what's the category. There are a lot of, it's almost as if we're doing an audit again of that entity. When they've been brought on board, then there's a monitoring system. Because if you are coming into the system, there has to be a unit or department that is utilizing your service. Is it specialist? Is it one-off? What not? There's a monitoring system for that. And after the monitoring, then there's also the evaluation. A service has been provided, goods have been supplied, works have been delivered. How do the users of those services feel about the service? Did we buy, for instance, paper? And then when you try to print, it smudges, and then it caps, and it cannot be used. Then finally, then the other bit is the evaluation, and also there's a bit around offboarding. The fact that you are now does not always be there. In fact, the system kicks you off the system in 11 months and notifies the owner of that service that, oh, you have to do a re-evaluation of your stakeholders. So, of course, there are internal stakeholders, including the vendor, there are external stakeholders. And we have a system. I can imagine in government, in certain parastatals, it might be manual. You have a file folder somewhere that contains all the details and the paper you've brought in. If the process is well understood and it's followed, whether it is manual, preferred electronic, it can still work and be efficient.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so that is, we've moved on from mitigating strategic sourcing. Operating in a lean environment often find it difficult to collect meaningful market intelligence. What answers are available to an organization seeking contract benchmarking service for pricing terms?
I would say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that yes, an enterprise looking to engage a third-party organization, for instance, for contract benchmarking services, an organization that specializes in that, and with a proven track record and an extensive business intelligence database, is definitely a good way to go. And while I'm sure my co-panelists will probably have a bit to add to this, for instance, Beulah, my colleague, has had extensive experience with contract benchmarking as a service. I would like to point out that adopting a system that can effectively manage the entire contract lifecycle and the contract processes, for instance, anything to do with drafting, managing, and tracking these contracts, is certainly something that should be strongly considered as well, in addition to outsourcing such services. In Lagos State, for instance, using that as a case study, when you look at the e-procurement portal, if you look at that as a system that can further be extended to better support and optimize some of the contract processes, you know, that's a system that doing that will certainly allow the ability to have statewide visibility into what is going on when it comes to the contract lifecycle. And anything to do with RFPs and the likes, all of that can still go through the typical rule-based workflows and approval processes. But then being able to have an integrated system would allow you to go from that point to newly awarded contracts on the same integrated system And of course, in the near term, you achieve a lot of savings in time. And in the long term, much more healthy investment when you consider some of the prior mentioned benefits more.
Okay. All right. Okay, they keep switching back and forth. Thank you so much. All right, next question is for representative for Mr. Roosevelt Ogbonna. A major yardstick used in identifying capable and reliable vendors is financial capacity. What has been the experience of your organization in its dealing with either contractors or service providers when there is a need to determine financial capacity?
Especially if you are going to a long-term or a short-term or a long-term partnership, you want to be continuously evaluating those things on a regular basis. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We're now going to a category called avoiding surprises by tracking activity and trends. I think I'll throw this to our Director General. Thank you for being with us, sir. Has this the need for accurate insights into changing spending patterns to effectively manage financial health? Dr. General, have any spending trends in your organization changed significantly since the pandemic?
Oh, yes. You see, the use of technology has actually saved us a lot of expenditure in so many other things. Save for, critical analysis. If you look at the effort that is required, the energy that is required ordinarily to push a file from one table to the other, and you look at what you are also able to do real time, introducing technology, you will appreciate that a lot will have been saved in terms of the time, in terms of the energy, that is required, because the technology has availed officers to be in the comfort of their offices, the service provider to also operate from the comfort of their offices. So a lot of time and that is required to move around is saved by adopting technology. And so reviewers will also sit down in their various offices to also check on using the system what you have submitted. Even when they require additional information, they really not need to leave where they are. It only requires them to push or return what you have sent, and you may also need to look for whatever document within your office, upload, and re-forward. That way, a lot have been saved in terms of the time, in terms of the energy that's required for officers to move around. So a lot has been saved by adopting technology to drive procurement process.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. My next, still on tracking, going to a representative for us, Samuel Egube. Is there a system in place for your organization to track spending patterns, and has that positively affected savings and fiscal planning?
There are a number of processes in place in the states to help us track spending patterns, but I'll mention a few. One is our quarterly budget appraisals, which helps us track how much has come in terms of revenue, and also helps us look at how much we're spending in terms of expenditure. And because this happens on a quarterly basis, it allows us to see how well we're doing, and it also allows us to quickly re-strategize if there are challenges, either drive up revenue or prioritize projects that we need to allocate funds to. There's also another process called the peer review mechanism, which helps us track project delivery and also helps us ensure value for money. And this is done also at MDA level, where they self-assess themselves to see how well they're doing. And on a quarterly basis, there's an assessment that is done at a peer level. And also this allows us to self-correct and also identify or prefer new strategies and to help us adjust what needs to be adjusted. And this has helped us tremendously so that we don't, at the end of the year, realize that there were some important things that we ought to have done but have fallen through the cracks. I think this is evident in our performance. As a mid-year, we had about 80% of the revenue expected had come in, and also about 70% of the expected expenditure for that time had also been done. So this helps us. Thank you.
Well done. Those are impressive numbers. Thank you so much for that. Okay, want to come to another category here, keeping the procurement chain clean. So as a background, having a lean procurement team only becomes viable if end-to-end procurement processes are also lean. This means eliminating waste, reducing bureaucracy, and creating efficiencies at every step. So I want to come to a representative for Joel Ogunsola to ask, what recent innovations can you identify in best practice procurement which can lead to elimination of waste and increase in savings?
Thank you very much. I think one of the most interesting things that's happened to procurement in recent times is actually caused by the pandemic. Similar to what you've seen across different industries and different processes, how the pandemic has affected those different processes. I think the procurement process is not spared as well. What we're seeing is there's a lot more openness for organizations to take on virtual engagement. So when I compare pre-2020 days, right, to what has happened in recent times, you're looking at about maybe 100% of the procurement and negotiations and vendor onboarding happening physically versus just about 10-20% of those engagements happening physically now. How does that then translate to reduction in cost? What you find is a lot of organizations are now more interested in, beyond just the procurement phase, even the execution phase, for some of those as much as possible to be delivered virtually. That then helps reduce the cost of delivery. And that cost of delivery then means that those vendors can pass on more discounts to the procuring entity. Beyond that, I think one of the things we've also seen in recent times is interest in organizations themselves, the vendors, the producers, the OEMs themselves, to ensure authenticity of their product. So you then see a lot of organizations like HP and the rest releasing platforms available to the general public that allows you to essentially verify that this product you're procuring is authentic. And I think that's also that's an interesting innovation within the procurement as well, because that then helps reduce the need to always purchase those items because they are breaking down very frequently. But I think the most innovation that has come to procurement in recent time is the digitization of the procurement process itself. What we're seeing across that digitization now is also people embedding artificial intelligence and blockchain technology within the procurement process. So blockchain for things like smart contracts, artificial intelligence for things like contract review, comparison of projects to then identify what are duplicate projects, automated price comparison to also see are you really getting the best value for this specific procurement. So I think for me the biggest innovation will be around the digitization itself, increasing globalization as well because of the digitization which is coming as a result of digitization. That also then means that you can have a wider supplier base because almost everything is happening online. It means people are not necessarily restricted to your physical geographic location to then participate in those procurement exercises.
Thank you so much. Technology seems to be a real recurring theme in this discussion, which is very encouraging for Lagos State. Ezichi, I want to come to you still on the matter of keeping a procurement chain clean. What major obstacles may arise when an organization attempts process re-engineering, and how can this be surmounted?
Thank you. That's a really great question. If I had to pick one major obstacle that could arise during process re-engineering efforts, it would be resistance to change, especially when there is poor management of such change. When you think about it, processes are largely executed by people. And so when we're redesigning processes for improvement, we must always account for that human element. As such, proactive change management and sound implementation planning are key to the successful adoption of re-engineered processes. Essentially, all stakeholders must be engaged, and implementation must be driven by the subject matter experts and process owners who already have an in-depth understanding of the processes as is. And this set of people have also, over time, garnered informed opinions about how to improve them. And so when you think about it in that way, you realize that integrating such inputs with best practices is really the way to go. And following that, implementation planning will then provide a reliable roadmap for the execution of identified process optimization initiatives.
Thank you so much. All right, so we now go to having a category called having a contingency plan, which is pretty self-explanatory, but a simple contingency plan helps organizations to act faster and act smarter. Having a plan in place is a key part of risk management. So I come to Mr. Martins, who's representing Roosevelt Obona. How important and ready was your organization's contingency plan in dealing with the economic recession that followed the pandemic, and what lessons did you learn from that?
Okay, thank you. Well, at the risk of repeating some of the answers of my colleague, I think they've helped me out by answering some of those questions, right? So COVID taught us a lot, right? And we learned during COVID that what you think it cannot be digitalized can digitalize. Because you think that it cannot ever reduce, can be reduced. So those learnings from COVID in terms of digitalization, in terms of virtual meetings, virtual engagement, giving customer the tools to engage with the bank remotely without necessarily coming to the bank, having your credits, doing your credit process, credit review, credit proposal online. all those cost savings and new ideas, we have taken it on, and it has helped us in so-called when there was a recession. So you find out that actually our cost of operation before and after COVID, it's like light and day. Yeah. So those lessons we have taken on board, and I think it has put on a good stead going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next question is still on contingency plans from Mr. Baloyade of Deloitte. So I think it's a hypothetical here. Imagine that your organization had to design a contingency plan for a stakeholder, which would have ensured that savings were not eroded and the economic downturn had no adverse effect on the financial health of that stakeholder. What areas would this hypothesis focus on?
So thank you very much for that. I think the first thing to do is let's take it to real life. Okay. Your contingency plan has to be part of the scenario planning you have for an organization. We're sitting here. In case of an emergency, there are exits. I can see the exits are clearly marked. Now imagine we were holding this meeting on the 20th floor of a structure, and we also mark exits. Okay. If you have a fire here, you can use the door, you can use the window. Okay. But if you're on the 20th floor, you better use the door, right? If you choose to use the window, in your planning, you must have ladders that you can drop to the ground floor. Okay. So that means contingency plans generally must be reasonable and they must be smart to start with. Now, a contingency plan that you have in place must also be practicable. And let me use another imagery. You have a spare tire. So if I ask you, in case of the risk of having a flat tire, what do? You have a spare tire, right? Okay. God bless you if you drive and you have a spare tire and you don't have a jack, or you don't have a spanner, or in Lagos State, you don't have C caution. So there are also certain elements of your contingency plan that must then be tested. In this event, what will we do? For most organizations, many of them have contingency plans for the failover of their technology. And things like geography becomes important. So for us, let's say for instance in Lagos, our core systems are failed over or backed up somewhere else. One, out of town, out of the region, and part of it out of the country. So if you're thinking of an organization, the number of elements, I'm just taking it out of theory. You need to look at it because apart from your contingency plan, what's the objective? You want business continuity as if it didn't happen, as if that event did not crystallize. And when your business can continue, maybe you start small, you move on, then you want full business recovery, meaning you're moving on as if you never had an issue in the first place. So, but what are the critical things you need to do? One, you can think of insurance. Very simple. Insurance is one. Two, your contract. Three, look at your key risks, and there are many key risks. One, you have your key suppliers. So who are they? If you are so dependent on a particular supplier and something happens to them, what happens to you? Do you shut down because of a supplier? Okay, you probably want to think that this supplier, does he also have subcontractors? Let us start, sorry for my colloquial language, let us start talking to the subcontractors in case the big oga fails. We can then get to revive ourselves. In case of force majeure, and many of us were affected by COVID-19, do you have a restrictive contract clause that ties you to these guys and make you pay huge penalties for, so there are a few sensible steps. So for instance, one is insurance. Two is, apart from your scenario planning and contingency plans, you must test them. They must be smart, they must be reasonable, they must be practicable. You must have, alternatives for all your key risks, key vendors, key products, etc. Even your own people internally. There are certain processes that are run by Mr. A or Miss B, and they are known as the gurus. Well, The problem with human beings is that none of us has made it out of life alive. So we don't pray anybody's hit by a truck. If they're hit by a truck, what happens? Then people retire. People move on. You know what is called the Japa culture today? The person you're sitting with is either Jackparing, is about to Jackpa, or with Jackpa. So you need to make contingency plan for your people as well. So I think those are some practical steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. We want to move now, since you mentioned the suppliers. Our next category of questions is for, well, it's specifically preference for suppliers who have not been sourced recently. So a little background on that. Often organizations will continue to buy from a supplier for years, never revisiting to find out if they're getting the best possible terms and price. For contracts up for renewal, it is important to review the suppliers who've been under contract for more than 2 years. That's part of the background. So I'll come to our representative for Mr. Abayomi Oluyemi. And the question here, what process audit systems can be put in place to ensure periodic review of existing contractual arrangements?
Thank you. We have gone electronic. So at every point of our process, there must be controls that trigger off if there are issues. So that way, it's not as if we are very intentional. It's not as if you're going to go back and start reviewing anything, but the system is going to give a prompt immediately there is an issue on the system. So that's the best we can have now, because all our systems are now electronic. So those triggers by those controls are the one that is the best form of auditing that we can have. Thank you.
Electronic answer. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Day, I'm coming back to you again. This is now under preferences for suppliers who have not been sourced recently. What issues may arise during contract renegotiation, and what are the important factors to consider during renegotiation?
Thank you very much. So I think the contract renegotiation, I think, should not be a one-directional flow, like the Third Mainland Bridge. Because if you're not coming at the end of the Third Mainland Bridge, you're trying to get into the water, it's advised not to do that. So many times the organization think they're renegotiating to reduce the pricing, but that's not necessarily what it is. You could have the list price, but I think the underbelly for contracting or procurement should really be value. Sometimes we're so focused on price that, oh, can you bring it down? How about if what you're getting is not the best in class for what you're supposed to have? Also, sometimes we may be killing our vendors and suppliers. If you look at most economies that have done well in the world, there is a protectionist regime for the indigenous vendor, for the person down the road that is trying to survive. They must have economic value while bringing value to you. So it's not just a price conversation at all. That's one. Two, quality. There's the issue of quality as well. So you're using X specification. Are there alternatives to that specification? So quality, there's price, and sometimes it's also about intelligence. Okay? We've been running on this for this length of time. If we had information about what is out there in the market, are we sub-market? Are we at market? Are we above market? What can we use to then tweak our processes for us to ultimately deliver value to our stakeholders? And if you're looking at it in the public sector, for instance, ultimately the citizens, the generality of the people are our stakeholders. So we're sourcing from them to give them value. So it is very important that price intelligence is very critical, and renegotiation should not be one. It should be a win-win for the organization, for the vendor, for all the stakeholders to increase value.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. All right, we now move to another category, delay of large expenses and product expenditures. A little background on that. When there is economic uncertainty, the easiest decision is to delay large expenses. However, to do this strategically and effectively, you need clear visibility on your priorities. So I'm going to come to our representative for Mr. Samuel Eguge and ask, what large expenses have you had to delay by your organization in the face of economic uncertainty, and what relief, albeit temporarily, did you have to put in place to provide a cushion for that delayed expenditure?
I think that question is a trick question. Okay. Lagos State has a myriad of challenges, whether it's in terms of inadequate fiscal and social infrastructure, access to affordable housing, water and sanitation, and the likes. So we're not at a point where we are operating a surplus budget that allows us to plan for every single thing that we want to do. So a lot of times we have to prioritize where the money goes. But we know that there are things that are important to the citizens and there are things that we need to do. So what we've had to do over time is to look for alternate sources of funding to be able to get these projects done. And one of the things that we usually do, or we're open to all the time, is public-private partnerships, as in to get money from the private sector in collaboration with the state. And there are a number of projects that we have done along these lines. I know that we're currently laying fiber optic cables across the state, and this is a PPP project. There are PPP projects around the Lagos Free Trade Zone and the likes. So we are always open to that. Another thing that we do is actually find loans at premium rates. I know people think Lagos State is heavily indebted, but the truth of the matter is that our debt service to revenue ratio is still low. It's about 21%. And that's still within the fiscal sustainability level of about 40%. So what we have always tried to do is look for alternate sources of funding to be able to ensure that the required projects or the prioritized and important projects we're able to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very impressive debt service to revenue ratio. Very nice. The country would learn from Lagos. All right, we move to benefits of an e-procurement process. And the background on this: an automated e-procurement process helps organizers, or rather organizations, to save money by eliminating duplicate spending, leveraging volume buying discounts, and saving the cost of running a manual paper-based system such as postage. So, on benefits of an e-procurement process, we want to come to our representative for Mr. Joel Musula. And the question is, how can government organizations reduce costs and increase savings utilizing e-procurement?
Thank you very much. I think adoption of electronic procurement system itself, it's a means to reducing cost and improving efficiency. And the way that cost savings comes is in a number of ways, right? The first one was one of the things I mentioned earlier around you now have a wider base of suppliers, so which then means you can be a lot more competitive from a pricing perspective because you now have a lot more suppliers to compare and determine the best pricing. And I know Buela has said that, it's not just about pricing, but what we've found within the government is that that financial evaluation is usually very important, also because, governments across the world, there's a lot of reduction in the available funds, and there's a lot to do within the government. But beyond that, there's also the efficiency that comes from the fact that typically a typical procurement system will reduce the process and the time it takes to execute a procurement by as much as 80% if well executed. What that simply means is that I can do it a lot shorter, I can do it with a lot less people. So that means you can then repurpose some of the people ideally will be responsible for reviewing files, moving files around. They can be channeled to a lot more strategic activities within the procurement process. Beyond that, it's also the fact that when you bring everything onto a system, it then means that you can better detect anomalies. So we were, for instance, one of our clients.
Sorry to burst into your comments. Please, can we have some quiet in the hall? There are quite a lot of side comments going on, and therefore we cannot follow the discussion by the panelists. I plead with us, please, can we just have some quiet? Maybe we can as well suspend the distribution of our lunch packs till after the panel discussion. When we have the question and answer session, we will continue with the distribution of our lunch packs. Please let us have some quiet so that we'll follow the discussion of the panelists. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. So I was just, talking about the importance of the procurement system itself, and I started to make the point around when the procurement process is digitized by the adoption of an e-procurement system, you can then also reduce, in addition to reducing the time it takes to execute a procurement, you also reduce the number of people required. And I was giving an example of, some conversations I was having with one of my clients, which is a major principal within one of the state governments within the country, around procurement. And that speaks to a point earlier around limits, right? What you find, and what she just said, was that even though there are those limits, a lot of the officers then, so you take a project of, let's say your limit is 50 million, you take a project of 150 million, that should have ordinarily been exposed to a lot more scrutinization. You break it down into 349 million naira projects, right? Because these things are coming in files. So this person says, well, I have over 200 files that crosses my table on a daily basis for approval, right? So you cannot even track the fact that similar project, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, has passed through my desk from the same ministry or from the same MDA over the last 1 month or over the last 2 months. And those are some of the things that a procurement system will allow you or will enable you to do. It will enable you to see that, look, these 3 projects, that are quite similar, even though the pricing, whatever it is, and you can pick, that anomaly, and that can then help with reduction of cost ultimately. But one of the challenges with implementing the procurement systems within government, I think 2 major reasons or 2 major things I see is one, there's a huge focus on digitizing what exists. So we have a very manual procurement process. What we're trying to do, rather than rethink that procurement process, what we're trying to do is put technology on top of it, which means we're also digitizing a lot of the non-value adding activities and digitizing a lot of the inefficiencies within that process. I think the second major challenge to e-procurement within the government is also around the fact that a lot of the systems are siloed, right? So a typical government procurement process, you have to get a certificate of no objection from one place, you have to go to another place when it's time for payment and things like that. So I think consolidating those systems can really help government make better use of, or reap the benefit of e-procurement. And I think that's what the government should begin to look at. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A similar question to our Director General with respect to the e-procurement process. In your experience, can you see any major hindrances to the advancements of e-procurement in government? And I guess similar to that, how can they be surmounted from your own perspective?
Thank you so much. Thank God we are actually in the question, and so we are facing it. And so we can tell you exactly what the experience looks like. As much as we are convinced that technology is a better option to save costs, we know that we have a lot of work to do on attitudinal change. Attitudinal change with respect to ensuring that we upskill our officers in terms of, familiarizing with the use of the technology that is required to drive this process. So that's why we introduced the change management. That's why we are working on the mindset of our people to ensure that this option, which we are convinced, because even at the beginning, there was scoping by virtue of understanding what we do. And so upon that was when this process was developed, I think for the public sector. But we also know that if there's anything that is new that you call change, as much as we all know that change is permanent, it's the only thing that is permanent. But there must always be an initial resistance because you are taking people away from their comfort zone
comfort zone in the sense that, oh, we have been doing things this way for so long. You are introducing something new. So you need to do a lot of mindset change to encourage people to understand the positive aspect of this thing that you are introducing. So there must be a deliberate effort to continue to simplify the process, to continue to increase the understanding of the active players, the key players who will make this project to work. And that's exactly what we are doing. So we are working on the mindset of our people. We are doing a lot on change management to ensure that whenever we need to do hand-holding, whenever we need to develop champions, especially some of our young officers, they are tech savvy, they are very passionate about use of technology. So we pull ourselves together, build capacity, but even during capacity development, some people distinguish themselves in terms of quick accepting, we say, as adoption, faster adoption. So we identify such individual and we turn them to champions. And so we, as I speak with you, in Lagos, we have a lot of champions who have demonstrated, a passion, interest in this technology. So we identify them, we name them, people know them, so we make it known to the people so that if, for example, you encounter any issue in the process of joining the train that is moving, these are individuals that you can call and they will handhold you and also skill you up so that together we are moving in that space. That's the challenge, and that is the way we are tackling it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Eziche, I want to come to you as well on this. Every system is not, without flaws. As far as flaws in e-procurement that lead to waste, how can that be eliminated?
For starters, one thing to note is that the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency is quite exemplary in their progressive mindset, agility, and innovation. And I'm saying that from personal experience. And I think this much is evident in their approach to delivering procurement and continuous improvement. So it's not so much that I want to point out flaws in the current e-procurement system, but more that I would like to explore one or two opportunities for improvement, opportunities that can address waste and can also unlock value. For instance, a quick win that would require a bit of technical enhancement to the portal would be to extend the system's capabilities to automate some of the sub-processes that are internal to PPA. Specifically, I'm talking about processes or steps around internal reviews and approvals of inbound procurement requests from executing agencies. And so, at the risk of going a bit granular in painting a picture, just as the DG was saying earlier, in terms of the strides that have been made, there still exists, some of those steps that are still very largely manual-based, and there's opportunity to further automate them. For instance, rather than having to move paper from desk to desk, the system can be further configured to trigger, approvers via email, for instance, in sequence. And the approvers would have the ability to review and approve procurement requests on the portal or directly from their inbox, as the case may be. The ability to review and approve such requests on the go will definitely, will further improve the turnaround time. And bear in mind that PPA's turnaround time at the moment is quite great, and they typically, most of the time, adhere to that. But being able to do this will further improve that turnaround time, will definitely achieve quite a bit in savings when you think about the cost of paper, even if that's the only thing you want to focus on. and will also eliminate some of the bottlenecks that arise from heavy dependencies on manual inputs. I think if I still have some time, I would like to explore one more opportunity, which would be around unlocking value when it comes to data mining, or knowledge discovery in data, if you like, in order to uncover certain patterns and extract valuable insights. And these insights can be extracted from the data sets that the e-procurement portal currently captures. Some of these data sets include MDA's procurement plans, evaluation reports, contractor capacity and performance. So these insights will essentially help in informed decision making when you think about the ability to rely on such data from the portal. A typical example of such would be, say for instance, the portal is further configured to dynamically manage records of contractors. And this is contractors' performance on already executed projects. That way, if an executing agency is looking to engage an existing contractor of the state, they can very easily run a search on the portal to first confirm that the contractor hasn't been put on some form of watch list due to underperformance on a previous project. And so, but at the end of the day, ultimately, the mindset of the super users of the system is the foundation that is required for continuous improvement and achievement of big bets. And I have no doubts that PPA is already thinking along these lines.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so now we go to sustainable procurement. And as far as the background on that, it's no secret that the world is increasingly focused on sustainability. Consumers want to know where the products that they purchase come from and what they're made of. And companies want to be seen as leaders in environmental stewardship. So along those lines, I'm going to come to the representative from Mr. Joel Ogunsola. Why should sustainable procurement matter in an organization's quest to reduce costs and increase savings?
All right, thank you very much. I think beyond even reducing costs, as human beings, we all have a responsibility to the planet to ensure that the Earth continues to survive, right? Because without the Earth, right, where will we go? Even though Elon Musk is trying to take us to Mars. But beyond that, I think when you look at the world, there's been a lot of consciousness. There's been a lot of people are a lot more conscious about sustainability. And for organizations that embrace sustainability, there's that brand, there's that people want to associate with such brands. So that will increase in brand equity. I think is one very real benefit for organizations to want to invest in sustainable procurement. A second reason why organizations also invest in sustainable procurement is around future proofing as well, because it's a matter of time. Those resources that are not sustainably sourced will ultimately go into extinction. And organizations, if you are not in that habit of already to ensure that you're using items or raw materials that are sustainably sourced, it's a matter of time. You're not going to have those materials. And I think for the third reason is just around pricing. What you find across the globe as well is a lot of consumers willing, at least for the people that are sustainability, to pay an extra amount that those materials, whatever they find, are sustainably sourced. That ultimately then, of course, helps in increasing revenue for the organization, which, of course, every organization wants to achieve.
Thank you so much. Our representative for Mr. Rose of Access Bank, I'm going to come to you, Mr. Lukman Martins. On sustainable procurement, what policies and frameworks guiding sustainability activity of your organization,
proven key driver for growth can be replicated in the public sector?
Okay.
First of all, sustainability is in the heart of everything we do. Right? And we are fully subscribed to the IFC performance standard, the World Bank sector guidelines, the Equitable principle, Nigerian sustainability principle, all those things. And that's in the number of local and international awards that we have won. Right now, coming down to that is also reflected in our operations. So we require our strategic partners to also share in terms of sustainability, and so our major task is to bring the green of our loan books, green of our carbon, reducing our carbon footprint, and we work with our strategic partners, suppliers, and service providers to also reduce theirs. So you will say, apart from the nice things they have said about wanting to save the planet, make sure it's there for our children generation. There's also a community, right? Doing this also attracts investment, but there are certain institutional investors, organizations that think and work in that manner, that deliver those kind of results. They're also, like I said, there are also customers that want to be assisted with somebody in the environment. They know that if you care about the environment, you are likely to be, you'll be here for a long time, and you are doing sustainability of our ecosystem. So now coming back, and part of that thing is that we're the test to issue green bond, right? So the was with the promise that we invested in sustainable projects, and that has been delivered. So now coming, we think that to the public sector, right? I'm aware Lagos State, for instance, funded some projects like the rail system and co, which is going to take a lot of cars off the road, right? Thereby reducing the carbon footprint of that area. You're also doing the bypass, which is going to reduce traffic, reduce consumption of fuel and all those things. You can actually fund it by raising green bond, because it's going to reduce the carbon footprint of those areas. So those are the opportunities that's available for public sector in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are now we've done it. We've got to 14 categories. This is our last category here, and we're coming to our representatives to my right. Reviewing procurable needs. So before deciding to procure goods, evaluate what's in your warehouse. If there are unused products, think about how to deal with them. Overstocked inventory is quote unquote dead money, which costs you resources to store and is at risk of being damaged or becoming obsolete. So my first question here in this final category for this panel discussion to Representative for Mr. Bayomi Oluyomi, how can a prepayment audit be better utilized in reducing needless expenditure and eliminating waste?
Thank you. As you said, it's prepayment. So you have the latitude to really look at what you need. And I'm sure the organization that is requesting for any of these items already have what you call their reorder levels. So as you, as an auditor, looks at this PV, the government down by ensuring that the quantity is actually going to work along with the reorder levels and for the period that is required. That way, we don't have any money locked down, useless.
Thank you for that. So in developing a budget, what key indices do you use to ensure that proposed expenditure are germane to your organization's strategic goals and are not more repetitive requests with no value add?
I think it's important that your budget aligns with your policy trust, and I think every organization should have policy trust. If you don't have it, then I don't know what your vision is. So for us in Lagos, what we ensure is that our budget aligns with the Lagos State Development Plan. And even though there are administrations that have come in over the years that have specific objectives, they don't deviate from the Lagos State Development Plan. And for us to ensure that this goes well, we have something called the midterm sector strategy, which is a 3-year plan that helps us to present what our policy objectives are, defines activities that we want to use to implement these policies, and also helps us prioritize these activities. And there's also a budget that is attached to this. So we might have, so in fact, this is our shopping list, as in for everything that we want to do as government. So when we plan our budget, what we ensure is that the budget aligns with the MTSS document, but you find instances because we don't have all the revenue that we require, so we have to prioritize. So you see that the MTSS is our shopping list, like a long list of activities, while our budget is just a miniature version of this. So what happens is, once activities are implemented, they get taken off the list. They're rolled over if it's going to take more than 1 year. And what this does is it eliminates repetitive activities that have no value and ensures that we are actually maximizing the use of the limited resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just 2 more questions to go. I want to come to Mr. Beloya Adewey of Deloitte. What are the key components of a successful cost reduction program, and how can these components be replicated in the government sector?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think, first of all, if we look at what the objective of the expenditure in government is in the first place, it will help us with understanding what the objective of cost reduction should be. If you're in the private sector or a corporate, the objective will be to improve the bottom line. So you're reducing costs so that when you put it in the accounting equation, ultimately your bottom line increases and then shareholder value increases. Now, but in the government sector, why are we reducing costs? The ultimate objective is service delivery. Okay. So this is to DG. So please make sure you are spending. We're all waiting for spending to happen in the government sector. I was speaking with someone in Ghana today and I was saying over 60% of what's done in the country still comes from government. So everybody is waiting for government spending. So what is now the objective of cost reduction? It must be necessarily value delivery. Because you must spend, and please spend. So now how can we then, so if we defragment costs reduction, then what can we do? And we've said some of them. The first one is technology. If technology helps you with transparency, then you know what categories you're spending on, and then you can have data. When you have the data, so for instance, would have been pushing paper, but now everything is on the system. If you aggregate it and run some analytics on it, you now see, there's repetition. In fact, the system itself will help you derive some efficiencies that can then reduce the unit cost, but then increase the value. And that value goes to the public. In addition to data, you then have things like price intelligence. When from your data you can see, if I buy from Mr. X, I have this, buy from Mr. Y, I have this, and I have similar value. How can I then make my decision to spend in the right category with the right vendor, etc., and then you reduce it? The other one has to do with emergency planning. If we plan and we look at the entire year, this is what our spend program is, this is what we need to do, and we had planned properly, we then reduce emergency. Because so take something and it's coming from abroad. If you have 3 months lead time, it can come with a ship. But imagine you have to fly into the country in 2 weeks or in 1 week, that you can then gain that cost. There are some persons that spend, pardon me if I say this, as the spirit leads. So maverick spending should have no place either in public or private sector. Also over specification. So let's say the expenditure has to happen, let's use vehicles for instance, and you have a budget for a Rolls Royce, but you're going to walk on terrain like the waterfront where you have sand. you just get it stock and then it becomes a museum of sorts. You should use a Hilux or a jack or something. So specification in terms of what is needed and then reduce costs as well. So just a few sensible things. And I think the point is that depending on the objective, you can attune it to what is necessary, and then costs can be sensibly reduced in private or public spending. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final question, we'll close with our DG, again on reviewing procurable needs. So the element of fraud may arise during a procurement process. What are the key markers to look out for in scrutinizing proposed expenditure with a view to eliminating fraud?
We do what we call pre and post review. The threshold actually determines whether it's going to be post review. And post review activities are likely for contracts that the amount involved are not so high. But for contracts that the amount involved is so high, we ensure that it's a prior review. When it's a prior review, means that every stage along the line we pass through the agency. And during the process, every stage along the plan, we look forward to the risks associated with what you present as a way of mitigating and ensure that we minimize fraud that can come as a result of every stage along the line, what is involved. Right from the development of the plan, we are there. We review every year to ensure that we call it procurement planning clinic, where that's the beginning, that is the gate. So that is the point where when you present a method that does not really align with the threshold, we insist that you review it to ensure that fraud is eliminated. Now, so for activities, we insist that the method must be correct because threshold is there. So then, is it supposed to be prior or post review? We insist when the amount is huge, we insist that it's a prior review. And so when it is prior review, we have succeeded in minimizing the fraud that can occur in the course of implementation. And the plan actually is like a roadmap to what we're doing. And so at the beginning of it, since we insist and we ensure that we review the plan, so we have minimized fraud from the beginning. So at implementation too, we put your plan side by side with the method you are proposing at implementation to ensure that you have not outsmarted the agency. The agency, being a regulator, is going to ensure, because within the power of the agency, allowed to see your process prior, during, and after. So we ensure that we utilize that power as we have it in the law on all the MDAs as a way of minimizing fraud that can occur in any stage of the process. That's exactly what we do. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our panelists. The conversation that we've had on procurement. Really, really, really thankful. I think, do we have any questions from our audience?
Please, if you are. But before we go to the question session, please can we applaud once again the moderator of session and all the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, if you have a question or comment, we crave your indulgence. Just go recognize yourself, represent, and go straight to the question or comment. Let us leave out the protocol that has been established and well adopted by this gathering. So you could please indicate by a raise of hand if you have a question or a comment. Yes, sir. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. So we'll start from you, sir. We'll give you the microphone. Just let's have your name, your organization. Straight to your question or comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Omotola Omotosho. I'm from Sterling Bank. Excuse me. I work with Sterling Bank, and I have 2 questions here. The first question is on the area of sustainability. I remember the representative of Mr. Ogunshola mentioned something in the area of sustainable procurement, if I'm right. And I remember vividly that one of the aspects that was also mentioned is there are probably policies that guides the sustainability aspect of procurement. In Sterling Bank, there's something we actually did. And for the first time in this part of the world, we have about 17-story building that is powered by solar. And that is high level of sustainability. I want to ask, in terms of procurement, do we really have policies that guides, this aspect of the government business? For instance, you find out that some aspect of the issues that we have in terms of structures, collapse of structures, and the rest has to do with how the procurement were done, even at the instance. And you find that some of those things, probably at the point of procurement, some policies that has to be adhered with are not really done. And my second question is also on the area of standardization. I think Mr. Beulah mentioned something in that aspect, that you find structures built whether by government, by private institutions, over time tend to age. And you find that this structure was just built or constructed just few months or few years ago. And you find that probably some of those procurement aspects in terms of the construction of those structures were not met in terms of standardization policies, as the case may be. So another question in that aspect is, are there a concrete policy guiding procurement, particularly when it comes to public sector procurement? Yes, organizations will have layout foundations or how procurement needs to be done, just like what Mr. Beulah said. So I really need to know about this. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope everybody got that. So sustainable procurement, which we touched on that, and also so sustainability and then structures. I think I was talking about the maintenance of structures over time. Does anybody want to tackle either one of those 2 questions? All right.
Sir, could we just take all those questions and then the panelists? Okay. There are just 3 questions, 3 fine. People. Right. Thank you.
I'll note them down.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suala Womet from Rivers State Bureau on Public Procurement. And I have just a question. But before then, I would like to lay the background. We all know that SMEs are one of the major drivers of the economy. And oftentimes, their prices are not competitive when compared with well-established brands. So I want to ask, how do we balance and the economy in this essence?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Oluwaseun Emmanuel, representing this engineering limited. Talking of procure to save, reforming procurement to achieve savings in government expenditure. What as panelists have spoken already and then have mentioned a lot. The points, but putting the system in place, it is very vital, and then It is one way for the system to be effective and efficient, and it's another way also for the system not to be efficient enough. A good procurement system or reform is a vital, effective government of expedition management and to delivery of service to citizens on time at the next reasonable cost and to the best quality. Public procurement constitutes about one-third of the government expenditure or spending per year. It is highly vulnerable to corruption, with estimate of issues amounting to 10 to 20%. Corruption in public procurement may be in forms of the following: overpriced public procurement contracts, contributing to the larger budget deficit, unfinished substandard delivery, or lower than contracted quality, leading to the need for the further public expenditure.
So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm taking notes. What is your question? I just want to get to the question so we can.
My point is this: that now, how can the factors that can affect the program or the system that can enhance public expenditure to save cost, the fact that can affect them, such as corruption in the system, they are putting the system that, okay, want to achieve this for the government, want to save costs, but there are some factors in place that can affect all this not to be effective and efficient.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think the Director General, that was the last question you answered on fraud, right? So I think we've answered that one. Thank you so much. Okay. So the questions we had was on sustainability and maintaining structure. So you're going to go first with that one, yeah? All right.
All right. Thank you very much for the question. And I mean, big shout outs to what Sterling Bank is doing from a sustainability perspective. To your question around, are there policies? I think there was a question around, are there procurement policies within the public sector? The answer is yes. I know, for instance, there is a procurement law at the national level that is then being adopted across the different states. And that procurement law is one of the things that were established, you know, the organization that has put together the summit, the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency. When you read that law, which is also publicly available, it pretty much details the different steps to be taken for the different procurement methods. And there are quite a number of them, you know, direct procurement, restricted procurement. There are also definitions around what is the best practice, depending on the different thresholds for what is being procured. To your first question around sustainable, there are specific laws that sort of mandate, you know, sustainable procurement. I'm not aware of any, at least within the country. However, I know that the old drive around sustainable development derives from the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, put together by the United States. Whatever we do, and I think this really just needs to start from the top, you know, across different organizations, for us to then ensure that we're adopting and driving that sustainability development goals across our organizations. I think one of the questions that was also asked was around, you know, around fraud. And I would like to just touch a bit on one of the things that the World Bank is doing as part of their SIFTAS program, which is, I think, in my opinion, has brought a lot of transparency to e-procurement across the country and across, you know, a number of other African countries, where the World Bank is saying that, you know, meet this specific requirement from a transparency perspective to a lot of state governments adopting a lot of people actually go projects, how much was those projects executed for. And I think that's really helped in transparency with procurement, especially within the public sector.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to jump. Anyone wants to jump in on that as well?
Yes. So I'll just make two quick comments. One on sustainability. particularly looking at planet goals, the environment, etc., is that there's a cost element. So it's important to look at it. So what do you do first? What comes next? But ultimately, that's the journey we're on. The other thing has to do with the fraud question. Again, because that's our own business. And I think transparency is a very critical element of that. And I think the DG has mentioned that, my colleague has also mentioned that. Some of the innovative ideas is, once you put it out there in the public, anybody can go and check. So you see, this is the contract, these are the people that bidded, this is how much it was bidded for. And then it's also the opportunity to then improve continuously. What's your bidding process? Did you publish it? Are people aware? Have you monitored it? Is there an evaluation? Is there an after review? So it's a journey as well. Don't just arrive at a position and important. That word corruption is an English word. That means it existed in a certain language for it to exist, right? So there's a journey for us to be accountable, and that's the journey. As long as the journey is embarked on, there's a real will to get there. This question of fraud was also, for instance, if you're selling notebooks,
and what that has been able to achieve, it has increased our visibility. We are even there's an insistence that all awards must be published in OCDS format. That's Open Contracting Data Standard, and all states adopted that to the extent that the public is in the know of what you are doing. And even if they want to probe further of how you arrive at what you call the most responsive service provider, the system permits that. And so that has been adopted. And my joy is that representative of NGF, they are here represented. They provided technical support to all states to be able to achieve that. And so we are happy to mention that. Then with respect to cost saving, SMEs, and what have you, we recognize their role, the SME. Most of the businesses we have, even in Nigeria and Lagos, will pass for SMEs, small and medium enterprises. And these are the set of people that we are doing business with largely. And so we the only thing we do is that we insist that they must compete, that we are operating in a competitive environment. And so when you allow for competition, they are encouraged to bring out their best. They put their best legs, and they know that they are competing. So if they put ridiculous price, they know that during the process of evaluation, they will be edged out. So with that information made known to them, so ab initio, before they participate in the process, they appreciate that they know that we are in a competition. So don't come with prices that is not competitive. Because beyond the price, even though we consider technical capability, number one, but at the end of the day, we will still consider your price. And so that way, SMEs' interests have been taken care of, and we are even doing everything possible, working with some gazette, closely with handshake with Treasury Office, Finance Office, to say federal government has even given some protection to some SMEs in terms of, protect them, exclude them from VAT deduction. And these documents were made available to us. It's a known document in the public service. So where we don't need to apply some deduction on some of them, we don't apply those deductions. And that way, SMEs have been protected. So whatever, a lot of enabling environment have been provided to them. And since these documents are made public, they are disclosed. You only need to Google. You will find all of the gazettes that I'm talking about. And so all our officers, both the ones in financial area and the ones in procurement, have that document. So we share those documents, and we ensure that every small and medium enterprise that we're doing business with, whichever area they are not going to apply deduction on them, whatever they need to enjoy, they enjoy it, and they are happy to continue to work with us as a state. That way, I think I will have answered the question of balancing the issue of cost saving and small and medium enterprises as engine of growth in the nation. I think largely, and I've answered the one that has to do with ensuring that we minimize fraud. So that's why, as much as possible, everything we are doing is in the public space, because we are accountable to the people, we are transparent, and we are doing much more in a manner that is sustainable. Thank you very much.
I would like to talk to the Sterling Bank official who said the structures of the public and private and the public sector is aging. Life is dynamic. And to any rule that we have or any law that we have reviews. So as things evolve, we review these laws and we keep moving on. So there is nothing that is static. Thank you.
I'm taking us back a little bit, but I think that in addition to already mentioned initiatives and platforms that promote transparency when it comes to fraud detection and being able to address corruption, I think that something that is worthy to note is that the state has currently launched a whistleblowing application in partnership with Deloitte, and I believe that Beulah should be able to speak about more on that. Would you like to share some more on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So actually in partnership with the government of Lagos State and the Ministry of Finance, in fact, Lagos State recently launched a whistleblowing initiative. I'm proud to say that is equivalent to global leading practice. And even if I do say so myself, they're partnering with the leading professional services firm in the world. So what this provides is an independent, anonymous facility, 24/7, 365 days a year, for someone with a concern to raise it to the government. We have a service level agreement, an SLA with the state government for 24 hours. Within 24 hours, the state must be aware of that concern. In some instances, it is swift, it's a few minutes, particularly if it has to do with something very serious or life-threatening, etc. So that's something that Deloitte independently is managing on behalf of the Lagos State government, Ministry of Finance specifically. Of course, there's opportunity to cascade it across the entire state and across the entire value chain. One of the biggest problems is that most people, statistically over 90% of people are ethical. They want to do their work, they want to earn an honest living. Many of the controls we are putting in place is for that 1%. But that 1% is becoming smarter and, so if you see something, we say that you should say something. You see something, you say something, but Lagos State is leading in terms of engaging the #1 leading professional services firm in the world to help them to independently manage that and create a more ethical environment within the state government. Oh, and by the way, since we launched, it's working. I can confirm that it is working. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, please. Since it's working was launched, he has confirmed it truly is working. I think Lagos deserves a round of applause. But more importantly, I want to say thank you to all our panelists and indeed the moderator of session. Can we please applaud them more resoundingly? Thank you. Thank you very much, even as we all return to our seats. We thank you very much. Can we keep applauding them? Keep applauding them. They have done so well this afternoon. We thank you all very much for your contributions, your comments, and all that you have said about public procurement, not just in Lagos State, but Nigeria as a whole. Very quickly, before we go on to the award session, the representative of the Nigeria Governors Forum, Mr. Solomon Afon, will, for the next 2 minutes, talk to this gathering. Please can we applaud Mr. Solomon Afon while we get ready our plaques for the awards.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be in Lagos. For those of us who come from the hinterland, Lagos is like going abroad. It is only in Lagos that you see cameras doing the work of policemen. So I'm happy and luckily, thank you. I'm not one to flatter people, I say the truth, and my friends say they know me to tell you the hard truth. But I must commend Lagos. And from when I was in high school, I always make sure I came to Lagos during the holidays. If it's the motor fair, just to know what is happening, for a worry boy like me. I had to be coming to Lagos to know what was happening. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists, and the guy from Prune Edge has done some of my work talking about sifters. Thank you very much. It's good when you have an evangelist go before you. Let me talk about the Governors Forum Secretariat, because a lot of people don't know we exist, and I'm very reluctant to tell people I work there, because the first impression is that I carry Ghana must go for governors. We don't do that. We are a policy hub for the governors. We are the secretariat, and we are different from the forum, which is an exclusive club of the governors. But both the secretariat and the forum is modeled after the National Governors Association of the United States. And we do a lot of work. We have a lot of projects funded by the World Bank, UNICEF, Bill and Melinda Gates. So we don't just carry Ghana must go or organize bibs for governors like some people think. Sifters. I've asked my colleague to project something. I'm going to speak about it, but let me talk about sifters. Sifters is the biggest of its kind program for results. A program for results is, like the panelist said, it's a program where you have a KPI, but it's not called a KPI in this case. It's called a disbursement linked indicators. I thought the projection would get people's attention. Hello? Yeah. So a disbursement linked indicator is for you to achieve a target and you get a reward. Of the $1.5 billion borrowed by the federal government from the World Bank, $1.450 billion will go to the states. I'm happy to say that the money is almost depleted. And because of that, we're having to take from the $50 million that was kept for technical assistance and plow back into the P4R program. But we don't talk about the money that we've given states. And I gave an analogy some weeks ago at a CSO event in Lagos. And nobody says, I bought a motorbike for my child because the child did very well in the exams. Rather, you go to town singing praises that, oh, my son had all A's in the exam. So that is what we'll rather talk about, not the money that states earned. And I want to commend Lagos. The DG knows that we give him a lot of heat. As at June 30th, which was the deadline, we were not sure whether they were going to make it because DG said we're on it, but we were not seeing it. So it has not been a rosy ride, but I commend his passion, very infectious passion. And just on Thursday here, for us to appreciate what we have, we had the government of Liberia understudying Lagos, Edo, and Anambra states for e-government procurement. I thought we'll give Lagos a round of applause. I'm meeting with the PPA tomorrow morning to plan a series of exchange programs for other states to visit Lagos before the end of the year. Thank you very much. The reason being that the states have achieved implementation and adoption of e-government procurement. So we want to go into sustainability and expansion. Keep using the system, keep rolling out. I'm going to talk to the infographics, but what we required of states was usage in 4 MDAs so that they chew it in bits. But I'm happy to say that Lagos has rolled out to 107 MDAs. So that is the reason why we want to use Lagos as a reference point for other states, and hopefully we'll bring not less than 20 states before the end of the year in batches of 5 states. So I'm going to speak to this. This is talking about e-procurement, the minimum requirements. So any state that meets this requirement will earn a grant of $2 million. And even for Lagos State, I believe $2 million is not change because that is over ₦1 billion. So, number 1, you must have gone live before December 31st, 2021. DG, when did Lagos go live? 2019. So Lagos is a pace setter. Number 2, in the 4 pilot MDAs, which are health, education, works, because these are high spending MDAs and typically the highest spending MDAs. And if you recall, DG, those are the ministries that Liberia is using too, those 3 ministries. But we gave states the prerogative to add a 4th MDA. And in those 4 MDAs, from January 1, you must not do any transaction outside the system. If you do any transaction outside the system, you are disqualified. So the first step is go live by 31st December 2021. You can see up there, no transactions outside the system for the pilot MDAs. The pilot MDAs are health, education, works, and another. Then how do we get the states to adopt the e-government procurement across the procurement life cycle? I'm happy that our colleague from Deloitte mentioned good works and services. So I can see the procurement professional in that. So we specified that you must have at least 5 transactions. So the challenge in the public sector, which a lot of people don't know, is that there is fiscal hardship. There isn't money. A lot of people think there's money. That's why you need procurement to save money. So we needed them to do at least 5 transactions across goods, works, and services on the system in each pilot MDAs before closing by June end 2022. Wale, the next page, please. So I think the gentleman from Prune Edge also spoke about contract awards. So this is OCDS, which is meant to encourage transparency. So each state should have an active web link or an OCDS portal. They should have a threshold. The discussants were talking about threshold. So in your law, in your state public procurement law or regulation, there should be a publication threshold. Of course, for a state like Lagos, Rivers, Kano, their thresholds will be higher than other hinterland states. Then we just require a few data fields. So award of a contract for construction of 1 kilometer road in Alausa. That's the project name. Who is the purchaser? Ministry of Works. Award date, September 21st. Contractor, Strabag Nigeria Limited. Amount, X amount. So for OCDS, for you to be able to get this grant, these requirements are joint. They are not either. You must pass all, and it's a pass or fail measurement. For 2021, you just publish only above threshold for all MDAs. For 2022, for the non-pilot MDAs, other than the 4 I mentioned earlier, above threshold only. However, for the pilot MDAs, you publish all. Charter, please. So I'll be rounding off, moderator, compare. So just to let us know that the governors whom we work for, who we represent, have committed to sustaining the gains of sifters. Can we go to the 3rd bullet point? 3rd bullet point under. Okay. So the governors, this is part of the charter that the governors, the 36 governors of state governors of Nigeria have signed. Increase efficiency in public expenditure by improving the transparency and value for money of public procurement through the implementation of the new amended procurement laws and adoption of e-government procurement system across all our ministries, departments, and agencies, and implementing the new amended state audit laws that guarantee the operational and financial autonomy of the offices of state and local government auditor general. Can you go to the signatures under? So this is the first page. This was signed by the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Kayode Fayemi, Governor Tambuwa, the vice chairman, and Governor Obaseki, who is the chairman of the Sifters Committee at the Governors Forum. So just to let you know that the Governors Forum and the states are committed to the reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afon. Thank you so much for that and all the commendations. Please, you can have more than those 3 states come understudy Lagos. They have the capacity. I'm sure that I'm speaking your minds. Am I right? Please, can we applaud the Lagos State Government? Chairman House Committee on Public Procurement, the Permanent Secretary, Office of Works, Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit, all courtesies extended. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly at this point, I'd like to respectfully invite our panelists. I will start off by inviting, I will start by inviting the Chief Resilience Officer, Dr. Folayinka Daniel. She is representing Mr. Samuel Igube to please come and receive this plaque of recognition on his behalf. And to present it, I'd like to invite Chairman House Committee on Public Procurement, Honorable Rauf Ageh Sulaiman. Please could you step up to the podium? Thank you. Thank you very much. Our very warm regards to the Honorable Commissioner. And next to receive that recognition, I'd like to invite the representative of the Honorable, the SA to Mr. Governor on Internal Audit, Permanent Secretary, Office of Internal Audit, Mrs. Daudu. Please can you applaud her? The SA to Mr. Governor on Internal Audit, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi. His plaque of recognition and gift will be received by the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Daudu. For the champions, stand up. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite the representative of Mr. Roosevelt Ogbonna, in person of the Group Managing Director of Access Bank, Mr. Lukman Martins. Please can we applaud Mr. Martins? A very warm regards to Mr. Ogbonna for doing us this honor. Thank you very much. Joel Ogunshola is ably represented by Mr. Larry Akomolafe. Thank you very much, sir, and our very warm regards to him. Please can we have the gift for him? Even as we get ready the package for Deloitte Financial Advisory, Beula Adeoye. Can we applaud him? It is working. We have no choice but to ensure that it works. Please can we give it to him? Thank you. And finally, I'd like to invite the Chief Executive Officer, Metrofrox Limited. Is she back on seat? Yes. Ezechi Okoroafo. Can we applaud her? Ezechi Okoroafo, thank you so much, ma'am. The moderator of session is also going to be appreciated. Please can we applaud Mr. Rotus Odire. He's here, coming from the rear. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I left the DG for last because he's at home, but we must also appreciate him. Please can you welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Fatai Idowu Onofowote, to please receive. Thank you. Okay, I wouldn't let Honorable go off the podium. Sir, just stay there because the next thing I'm going to do involves him. And I'd like to let you know that the Honorable is a man that is very patient and has accepted that he's going to be here to do us this honor. And I'm very grateful to the Permanent Secretary, Office of Works, Architect, Ayodeji Adebayo Dusoya, who will do us the honor of presenting that award. But I will read the citation of the Chairman, Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Procurement, Honorable Rauf Olawale Age Sulaiman. Can we applaud him? Honorable Olawale Age Sulaiman, born on the 27th of February, the year 1971 in Ikorodu, but lived in his maternal home, Ikare Island, in Oriade Local Council Development Area, Amuwo Dofi. He went to Salvation Army Primary School and later Unity Grammar School, all in Ikare Island. for his secondary education. He was later admitted into the Lagos State University, Ojo, and graduated Bachelor of Science in Political Science. Thereafter, he proceeded to the University of Abuja for his Masters of Science degree in International Relations. In addition, this gentleman up on the podium obtained a master's degree in legislative studies from the University of Benin. He is a holder of professional certificates in public relations and professional diploma in public relations, all from the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR. He is presently awaiting the award of a doctorate of philosophy degree in political science from the University of Abuja, having completed both his academic and doctoral thesis. Honorable Rauf had his National Youth Service at Community Secondary School, Umuduru, in Onuimo local government area of Imo State. His working experience spans through being a sales rep in Abuja for Ojolowo Technical Company Limited, Charles Amu Avenue, Alasia, Oshodi. He further worked at Panabis International Limited as marketer, senior marketer, and business development manager before leaving for his own private business. He established Take Note Ventures Limited as the managing director, chief executive officer, where he worked until his election as the representative of the very good people of Amuwodofi constituency 2 at the Lagos State House of Assembly in 2019. His political career started even before that time as a ward secretary of the SDP. He vied for the State House of Assembly seat under the United Nigeria Congress Party and when the nation returned to democracy in 1999, he joined the Alliance for Democracy, later transformed to Action Congress and ACN, and now we have it as APC. Currently, he has been re-elected as the party's candidate to run for the 2023 general elections for its second term, representing Amuwo Odofi Constituency 2. A widely traveled gentleman, an internationally acclaimed businessman, this man has gone for various conferences, seminars, and workshops, cutting across legislative practices, good governance, public policy, among others. He is God-fearing, passionate about issues that concern children, youth, and women, not leaving out the aged. He is married to Fausat Folashade Sulaiman and blessed with very many lovely children. I present to this distinguished gathering Honorable Rauf Olawale Again Sulaiman as Architect Ayodeji Adebayo Odusoya, Permanent Secretary, Office of Works, will be presenting the award of Procurement Champion on Honorable Again Sulaiman.
To be the best, number one,
DT, please go off. The
less.
DT, you have to be in the photograph session as well.
Destiny.
Please. Thank you,
I
sir.
have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Please bring it out so that they'll see that it's not ordinary box. That's a public procurement agency.
For the champions.
It's an award, and you deserve it. Okay, can we say? Please put your hands together for the procurement champion, Honorable Rauf Olawale Again Sulaiman.
For the champions, stand up.
Congratulations, sir.
Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see?
Thank you very much. I'm indeed sincerely grateful. I'm giving thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that has made this day. So on behalf of everybody here present, this is for you. This is in recognition of your existence. This is in recognition of your patriotism. This is in recognition of your support for the states. Why? Because I am your representative at the Lagos State House of Assembly. So it is all yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And next to come up to the podium, an award as procurement champion is none other than the Permanent Secretary, Office of Works, Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, Lagos State, Architect Adebayo Ayodeji Odusoya. And I crave the indulgence of the Chairman House Committee to be on standby to present that award. Adebayo Ayodeji Odusoya, born on the 6th of January, 1966 in Lagos Island, had his primary education at Yewande Memorial Primary School, Surulere, and later attended St. Gregory's College, Obalende, for his secondary education. He attended the University of Ife, now the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, where he had a BSc Architecture and MSc Architecture. He became a member of the Nigeria Institute of Architects with registration number M1500 way back in 1996, and Architects Registration Council of Nigeria, ARCON, with registration number F1486, also way back in 1997. Architect Adebayo Ayodeji Odusoya started his architectural working career with Agbesua and Associates in 1991, and he works there with the company up until 1996. He was employed into the Lagos State Civil Service on the 8th of August 1996 on grade level 9 and worked at the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. He was promoted Principal Architect grade level 12 on the 1st of January year 2000, Assistant Chief Architect grade level 13 on the 1st of January 2003. He was deployed to the Ministry of Housing in January, specifically on the 17th in the year 2001. In 2005, Architect Odusoya was again redeployed to the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and was promoted to Chief Architect, grade level 14, on the 1st of January 2006. On the 1st of January 2009, Architect Odusoya joined the directorate level of the Lagos State Government Workforce as he was promoted as Assistant Director, Architecture, and in 2013, he rose to the post of Deputy Director, Architecture. He became the head of Directorate, Architectural Building and Quantity Surveying Services in 2018, and he was appointed Permanent Secretary, Office of Works, Ministry of Works and Infrastructure in the year 2021, the month of March specifically. This gentleman up here is happily married and blessed with children. I present to you Procurement Champion, Architect Adebayo Ayodeji Odusoya, whose award will be presented by Honorable Age Sulaiman.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
Congratulations, sir.
Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
Congratulations, the PS, sir. DG will do us the honor of presenting the next set of awards. And the next one is going to a gentleman, and he's receiving an excellence award, mainstream senior category. Please welcome up on podium award recipient, Mr. Maruf Akintunde Subar.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up.
I can't hear your applause. Please applaud this gentleman. All his staff, they have been putting him left and right. A well-loved officer and indeed an excellent one of that. Congratulations. Please, can you just bring out the award from inside that so that we can see that award? We want to appreciate the beauty of the award given to you, sir. Wow. Wow. Can you applaud Mr. Maruf Akintunde Subar? The next award of excellence is going to someone in the mainstream junior category. Please applaud with me. Excellence Award recipients, Mrs. Iyabode Sidikat Okoya Adelanwa. Can you applaud her? The woman that ensured that all of us had our lunch pack. Can we applaud her? Mrs. Iyabode Sidikat Okoya Adelanwa. Oh, okay, our guy is coming to join you. Can we please applaud her?
I have to pick myself up. Stand up.
Congratulations.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up.
Congratulations. Thank you, sirs. And local government sector award of excellence is going to none other than Mr. Kwam Olakunle Mumuni.
I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down.
All your colleagues are here. You can join him. Join him. Please. It's your day. Please go ahead. Please join him.
Stand up. Stand up.
Celebration of excellence.
Champions, stand up.
P.S. Don't let it shock you. They love this man.
Stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up.
Thank you. And the last award for the year 2022 Procurement Summit. DJ, take it down a little bit. Thank you. DJ, can we take it down? DJ, take down the music. Thank you. The last award for the 2022 Procurement Summit will be going to an outstanding officer. The PPA Outstanding Officer Award is going to Mr. Akintayo Tunde Ogundare. Even the PS works, he identifies with you. Wow. Please, please, wait, they want to join you. PS, you can't go. They want to be part of this. He's not. Actually, he's my uncle from my mother's side. Everyone identifies with success. Outstanding officer. It's enough. Don't let our stage collapse. PPA, what happened? PPA. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. Akitayo Tunde Ogundare. Thank you. And the officer who will be giving us, reading out the communique, can you please step forward? Communique. Please, can we have the communique being presented now? Please, I crave your indulgence that we just give us 5 more minutes of your time. Just give us 5 more minutes, please. We can see that some of you are leaving already. Please give us 5 more minutes of your time. Please, we crave your indulgence. Give us 5 more minutes of your time to have the communique and the vote of thanks. Okay, we'll just go straight to the vote of thanks. Mr. Nuruddin Anibaba. Mr. Nuruddin Anibaba. Please, Mr. Nuruddin Anibaba, can you come forward to move a formal vote of thanks? Mr. Nuruddin Anibaba. Thank you very much, sir. Please let us just have a few minutes for this vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. Yes, I'm moving the vote of thanks. Audience, please, oh. Yes. We want to thank the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, for approving the 2022 Procurement Summit with the theme Procure to Save. We also thank the Deputy Governor, the Chairman, House Committee on Procurement of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the Head of Service of Lagos State, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, who also doubled as the Chairman, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, our DG, thank you, sir. Other members of the State ESCO present, members of the Body of Permanent Secretary present, members of the Governing Board of Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Chief Executive Officers of Prostatal Organization present, the Director General of Kaduna State Procurement Authority, I hope he's still around, Director General of other state procurement agencies, Chief Executive Officers of banks and financial institutions, Director General Women in Business, representative of United Nations Women in Nigeria, our panelists, we thank you for doing justice to the topic for today. Thank you. directors and management staff of Lagos State public procurement agencies, all the public procurement ambassadors, our people in the various MDAs, directors, and others. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being there with us every time we call you. Contractors and service providers, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Eshe Gonio, thank you and God bless, and we wish you journey masses back to your different destinations. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anibaba. I want to let you know that the communique will be given to you even as you take your leave now. Copies of the communique will be distributed to each and every one of us even as we take our leave. Once again, thank you for being here and good afternoon.
Yeah. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Konito kala, kala konya la odila. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, become person, matter, person we don't mind. Boy, when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, koni bajo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, de buka, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo.
Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. Fine girl on motion. Beautiful temptation. Bad girl on rotation. Shake it, baby, shake it. Electricity, vibes on the frequency, yeah. Till infinity, steady on the different beat. Love is very sweet, but first you must get the moolah. Now poverty. Now you make it my worry. Nobody go sign. And you know everything I do is nobody else concerned. She go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. Fine girl, I'm on motion.